I had a little bit of a worry there when I began the stream, considering it delayed. My computer froze for 5 seconds. That was a little bit strange. Hello, I'm here, chat. We're going to be doing a talking stream today, where I go through every single game that I played this year. I'm just going to check the list to find out how many games I have in this. There's more than just the games I have in the list, by the way. I got DLCs and smaller things that I played this year that don't necessarily go within the list. I'll explain the criteria when I get into it. But, yeah, we got 73 games to get through. I want to see the comparison of that to last year. How many games did I have last year on the list? It's definitely less than 73. 46. Okay. Just a casual 27 more. We're going to get started with the news. So we're going to bring that up. Technically, I should get rid of the Christmas stuff now because it's not Christmas. But I'll keep it on for one more episode. We're still in the Christmas season. As I was told by my family yesterday when I was thinking of getting down my Christmas tree. They basically said, no, there's a tradition where you keep your Christmas tree up 2 weeks after Christmas. Great! I don't have to put my Christmas tree away then until then. Not that I wouldn't have taken it down if I needed to anyway, but like, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'd like to keep it up longer, just because it takes a while to put down, and sunken cost in setting it up was like, I'm gonna spend some time doing this. Oh, that's annoying. That's coming out of the wrong audio source. Give me a sec. I had to reconfigure all my audio after getting my Stream Deck sorted. Right, that's why. Okay, right. Can we move this to headphones, please, as the primary audio source? There we go. Lovely. So yes, today we're going to be doing my year of 2024. I'm going to be going through everything that I played this year, as well as doing some guest-a-game wrap-up. So, in between the segments in this PowerPoint I put together, we'll do some guest-a-game to, not just make it about me talking about games. We can guess games instead. And then at the end, I'll be talking about what I'm doing in 2025. There's no, start end time to this stream. Basically, it will end when I reach the end of the list. So this could go on for 4 hours at maximum. It could be 4 to 5, I don't know. I have no idea how long this is going to be. Considering the one last year was 37 or 43 games, and this is a lot longer, yeah, we've got a lot to deal with here. But that's now at 4 PM, 27th of December. I'm currently not working on a lot of sleep, chat. I had 6 hours of sleep last night, which isn't too bad. I've had less hours of sleep before doing a stream. But I basically couldn't sleep last night because I consumed an entire bag of flying saucers. My parents are like, hey, Floral, we know you love these sweets. I've always loved them since I was a kid. And they were like, hey, I'll got you 2 bags of them. I was like, okay, I'll have some tonight. Ended up eating the entire bag. And because of that, I couldn't sleep for the next 4 hours. So that was fun. But chances are I'm going to get a good night's sleep tonight. But yeah, I'm hoping with talking a lot during this stream, I should wake myself up a little bit. If not, who cares? I got a can of full-fat Coke in front of me that should have the caffeine I need to get through this. But I don't feel too bad. Just a bit tired. We should be okay. Alongside the stream today, now is to make the first announcement of... Or not first announcement. The last announcement, I guess, would be the case in this situation. Persona 5 Royal Rose begins on Friday at 4 PM. Next week on Friday. So 7 days from now, we're going to be beginning my Persona 5 playthrough. That is going to be the longest series, I think, on my channel, outside of Hyrule Jumble. It could be longer than Hyrule Jumble, because I think Maelstrom took 156 hours to get through Persona 5 when he streamed it, and Hyrule Drum Ball was around 90 hours. And considering this is my first playthrough too, it's going to be a bit slower. So, oh boy. Oh boy. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to playing this game finally. I'm not saddened at all that I'm going to have to wait to play God of War 5 because I'm doing Persona 5. Oh, they're both 5s in their series. I didn't realise that. A small, like, shout-out post to my Christmas episode this year. Last year I played Madvent, which was a collection of smaller-scale indie games in a collection of horror PS1 collection. And that kind of had a Christmas ending, so I didn't feel the need to do a Christmas episode this year. But I was like, there's no Madvent this year, what do I do instead? Oh, I saw Vinny playing Bioran, the Christmas version. Why don't I play that myself? And that's what this is. I just stole an idea from someone else, because that's what you do on Christmas. You steal things. But it was fun. I enjoyed going through this. I ended up getting through the entire run. I set it for myself to be around 1 to 2 hours. The ending came out of nowhere. I was like, oh, wait, I'm done. I did it. Yay! I hadn't even finished exploring all the randomized rooms. But it was a lot of fun. A lot of funny moments occurred in it. Sherry died twice in different cutscenes, which was kind of incredible. We played as Claire, just to make the story a little different. And yeah, we fought some scary things in there. I got attacked by many Pingus, and they were really vicious. Many Pingus died in the making of this episode, chat. Right. Moving on. I've been busy. I had a lot of free time yesterday and on the 24th to record basically all of Crisis Core. This game is not as long as I thought it was going to be. It was about 11 hours in terms of main story. So I squeezed through, I got through all of that in like 2 sessions basically, and it is done. I will give a more in-depth review during the later segments, but just to describe it now, it's kind of not good in terms of story. Gameplay is fine, but the story leaves a lot to be desired. I liked a couple of things in the story. I liked the stuff that was related to the original game. That was cool. But everything else is a bit I don't like what this game does in terms of being a prequel to one of the best RPGs I've ever played. But yeah, we'll move on. New Scattershot and Quick Harvest. We're doing a double dose of these two. I played Nocturnal on Christmas Eve. I did a Quick Harvest of it and I've finished it now. Nocturnal is basically, I would describe it as what Reverie Under the Moonlight was for the Momodora series. A much smaller indie game which tried to draw attention to itself in the indie scene, and now they're making a much bigger package. Basically, they're making a Metroidvania now in Nocturnal 2. Nocturnal 1 is a 2D platformer where you use flame to fight dark monsters. Like Alan Wake, but good, as some people would say. I feel like considering last year I gave shit to Alan Wake 2, I should give shit to Alan Wake as well. It's like a New Year's tradition. But yeah, Nocturnal's cool. It's a cool game. I like how it looks. And moving on to that, I love how Momodora looks. This is such a beautiful game. I played games in the past that have beautiful pixel art, like Crosscode, Breath of Fire. Many beautiful games out there. This game absolutely knocks it out of the park in terms of lighting, enemy design, animations, small intricate details in the environment. The thing about Blasphemous is the series kind of goes for a more grotesque, dark tone, so I'm less so focused on, how pleasant everything looks. While Momodora definitely wants you to look at the backgrounds and go, look how gorgeous these are. I think the atmosphere is perfect. I liked it a lot. I'm enjoying it so far. It's a lot more spread out than Reverie was, which makes sense because Reverie is a lot smaller in scale, but you go through a pretty big area before you get any story progression and anything really interesting occurs. But that's not bad. I don't mind that. But yeah, it's a good game so far. Very pretty. I'm hoping to finish it before the end of the year. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's Momodora Moonlit Farewell. Moving on. Sekiro randomizer. I was in the mood for a randomizer during this Christmas break. And I basically was like, I did buy a rand. What else could I do? Well, Elden Ring has a randomizer, but I don't want to play Elden Ring again because Elden Ring is a massive game and Night Reign's coming out next year. So I'm going to hold off on that. Instead, it's been a while since I played Sekiro, so I was like, fuck it. I'll play Sekiro instead. It basically randomizes all the enemies and the bosses and also the items. And some fun things have occurred so far, like me getting one of the most powerful mini-bosses right at the beginning of the game. What's her name? Like Orin of the Waters was like one of the first mini-bosses, and she's annoying when you fight her at the end of the game, so you can imagine how she was fighting her at the beginning. And then Genichiro turned out to be the Demon of Hatred. So that was a fun encounter. I died in about 2 seconds. I got like 1 hit on him. No, did I even get a hit? I don't think I did. But there's a couple of other things, like how you can go to the flashback area without the grappling hook, and you can get a good deal through there. There's basically a jump you got to do at the beginning that allows you to survive the fall. And yeah, I was surprised that you could do that, actually. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I don't know how long I'll play it for, if I'll get for the entire thing, but I like randomizer, and it's a good randomizer so far. So in terms of what I'm currently playing, Moonlit Farewell, Sekiro, and Path of Exile, which is kind of at a standstill at the moment while I play these other 2 games, but I'll come back to it. My plan of Path of Exile was to get to the end, and now that I've done that, I'm kind of good in terms of how that's gone. Right. Guess the game, chat, and then we'll get into the main event. Let's bring this over here. Oh, I forgot to get my phone. Oh, no, my phone's right here. Just so I have it next to me in case someone calls me during this Christmas period. I booked off the whole day, basically, well, the evening to do this, so we should be fine in terms of not any interruptions. I have not partaken of a Chinese meal tonight. In fact, I've got my dinner in front of me already. I've got a beef joint, and I'm going to munch on that while doing some stuff. Right, I saw this game earlier today while I was setting up, and I looked at it and I went, this looks like Metroid Prime. But I think Metroid Prime's already appeared on this list. It is a Metroid game, but which Metroid game? Metroid Prime 2. Okay, it's Metroid Prime 3 because it's on the Wii. Oh god, is it Other M? Oh! That's not part of the Metroid Prime series. They should have showed the baby. I would have gone instantly. Or like Samus giving a thumbs up. Right, that's it. So for the last time, we're gonna go through Persona Royal Rose. I just want to make sure I got the page ready for that. I do. Okay, good. Goodbye. I just realized I had stream audio on this page because I was setting it up for Persona. Yeah! So, next week, chat, on Friday, we're going to begin Persona 5 Royal Rose. That's going to be me playing through the whole of Persona 5 with a small twist. I've made a new PNG tuber for myself. Well, I haven't made it myself. I got someone to make it for me, which I'll give shoutouts to during the stream when we get started. The way this series is going to be framed, with inspiration from Maelstrom's series of this, is we're going to be framing it as a TV show, basically. I'm going to curate my own previously on at the beginning of each episode, and we're also going to do the intro, which I've also edited so it has actual intro credits. And then finally, I don't know, there might be an ending credits. I forget what they're called in anime, but yeah, there might be an end credits as well. Closing credits. Closing sequence. End sequence. One of those things. But yeah, Persona 5 Royal Rose starting this Friday. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. It will be a short, well, it won't be the long stream. Basically, Fridays are always going to be a bit shorter because I get Chinese on Fridays, but we'll get a good way through it, I think, like 2.5 hours at the most. We're not doing Silent Hill Ascension anymore, so that's going to give us a bit more time. Right. Without further ado, why don't we get into Floral's year of 2024? Wow. You know, I was thinking of putting on like an AFK game in the background during this while I go through my list, but I think that would give me too much to worry about during the stream, and I just wanted to just chill out and have a nice evening where I talk about my year and what I played this year. So, I think about a year and a half ago, it might have been this year. No, it was last year. I put together an Excel document that basically catalogs all the games that I'm interested in. I called it the back catalog. And I've been using that for basically any game that comes out that I might want to play. It has all the new releases or Metroidvanias that I might want to play. Whenever a new game announcement event occurs, I usually have that open just to add things to it. And yeah, we've had some good ones. Some that came out this year, in fact. And yeah, I wanted to just go through everything I played this year. Similar to last year, it's ranked. This ranking is purely for fun. It is not there with me like red pen criticism. This game's better than this game by like a very low margin. It's just in order of enjoyment, I think. And even then, like, some of these could be like moved back and forth. There's a lot of games to get through, and many of them are similar. So that's the plan, really. I also forgot to mention, chat, I have a Stream Deck now. I got a Stream Deck Mini that I purchased for myself on Christmas, which is going to make things considerably easier. Like, I can just use this to move between scenes. I can play SFX, like, I'm being fucked by a bat! Or... Incredible! So yeah, I got that in hand in case I need it. It's great. It's so functional and useful. So yeah, I'll be using that in the background. Hello, bro. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You've joined me for my year retrospective, I guess this would be called that. But yeah, it's gonna be fairly chill. I'm gonna talk, eat my delicious dinner I got in front of me, and just enjoy the evening. And yeah, that's it. So should we get started then? Let's get into this. I need to work out what the first segment is. I think I probably go for it. Yeah, I have a page for it. That makes it a little bit easier. Right. So we're starting with games that I didn't play/finish. Now, funnily enough, there are a few games in the actual ranking that I did not finish, and I'll reference them when I get to them. They're not like... I think I got through most of the game for some of them, but these are basically games I didn't finish. And I didn't feel like they deserve to be on the list, considering I didn't play the entire thing. But yeah, might be wondering, why does it say games I didn't play? These are games that I've watched other people play, or go through like an entire playthrough on YouTube instead. Like, Final Fantasy XI would be here. It wouldn't be in the games I played list, because I haven't played it. Or I played a little bit of it, but not enough to really make a formal opinion of what the game's about. But yeah, we're going to go for this. I think I'm going to be as surprised as you are as to what's going to be here. Oh, right, yeah. So, first one on the list. Cadence of Hyrule. I did that during my birthday debacle, I think. I think Cadence of Hyrule might be a Christmas not Christmas, but a birthday-esque game series at this point, considering I played it during my birthday and I haven't come back to it yet. I think I mentioned that I would at some point come back to Cadence of Hyrule. I do also think a year between playing it is probably not a good idea, but, you know, there's ways of going about it. But I enjoyed my time with Cadence of Hyrule. I wasn't very good at it. I think I had issues with just the overall flow of combat and getting used to moving in rhythm. I remember there was a series of clips where I tried to get a perfect ranking on one screen, and then I realized at the end I couldn't take any damage, and I was like, no, I'm not wasting any more time on this. But it's a good game. I like how it looks. I like that Nintendo allowed the Quick and Neck Dancer people to make a Zelda game, at the very least. It has some cool characters in it. It's got a character with a shovel. It's got Link. It's got Zelda. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna open my drink, have a sip. I would argue that I think I need to play it more, but I also, like, when will I play it? I guess during my birthday stream, I might just do something different next year, we'll see. But yeah, there's the reason why it's not on the list is because I didn't play it, like, a lot of it, so I didn't think it made sense to put it there. Moving on to the next game on this list, Rhythm. Right, so this is a game I didn't finish because I played about an hour of it. I found out this year that I basically had this game for free because a friend gifted it for me out of nowhere in July-ish time. And I was like, oh, I don't know what this is. I did some research. Rhythm is basically a game from the 1990s, a point-and-click adventure that has been remade on Unreal Engine for nowadays and the people to play it. I will say I didn't get into it. I wasn't invested. I think I wasn't in the right mindset for a game like this. Like, I know this game is loved by many people. I think I needed to play Myst first to really sink my teeth into this. I don't know if Myst has a remake like this one does, but I liked the design. I liked how the world looked. Like all these individual islands, like a rail car to go between them. But my main issue is I was overwhelmed. And I do this a lot of puzzle games where they allow you to solve puzzles across a wide open world area where I go, okay, if I'm allowed to go here and here and here, where does the puzzle start and where does the puzzle end? Because I have no idea. I had no idea what I was getting into with this game. And I remember going onto the minecart and going, oh no, I can't go to another island right now, can I? I haven't finished the puzzle on this island, right? And then I had like an aching thought of, wait, what if I need to go to this island to get items for the puzzle on the other island? And that's when my mind just kind of became spaghetti and I gave up. I like a good puzzle game. I like a Resident Evil puzzle game, but I think I need to be in the right mindset for this. Like, make it like a feature stream or something. Like that's what I might do with tactics at some point. Like, give that the proper time to like invest into it, because I need to be in the right mindset for a puzzle game, and I just wasn't in that. I wasn't in that strong rhythm. I wasn't in the rhythm mood, like, you know, an actual rhythm. I was thinking of doing a segue, like, between each of these, and that would have been a good segue between Kipper and Neck Dancer. Like, maintaining the rhythm, let's go to rhythm. Maybe not. But as you can see, there's a little YouTube symbol here because I have played it. So, if you're wondering why there's a YouTube symbol there, that basically means that I have done either a quick harvest, a scattershot, or a recording of this game. It is on my YouTube. So if you want to see my actual opinion of the game, it is on there. But this is just a brief overview of what I am talking about. But yeah, look cool. I liked some elements of it. Actually reminded me of like Half-Life, for example, where you walk over to a bridge and the bridge suddenly just breaks away. I was like, oh, okay. I guess no more bridge for me. Yeah, it was good. Crosscode. Right, this is a bit of a different case because you might be wondering, I redeemed this for Maelstrom to play I assume in the next 5 years, considering he's got all the Alone in the Dark games to get through. But I myself have not completed Crosscode. I have played to a reasonable point and I stopped. Not because of the game itself, but because I had other priorities in my life at the moment and I couldn't focus on this game as much as I would have wanted to. But I don't know why I didn't come back to it, because it is an absolute, like, modern indie classic. I think this is one of the best written indie RPGs in the last 10 years. Like, the thing about Sea of Stars is I loved it, but also the writing was not great in terms of characters. While this has proper character arcs in it and people who go through things and an overarching story that's really interesting. I think... Why is this playing? Good song! Just play the victory music from Chrono Trigger. Like, it's like playing like a 7-second MIDI of like a game over piece. Game over, man. But yeah. Crosscode is a great game. I love the concept of it. Basically, an MMO RPG where the RPG element is you are playing as this person who was set into the world to try and uncover its mysteries. Like, there's a meta element to it. They don't really go into the things like being trapped in a virtual reality environment. That's not the idea. The idea behind this game is more so like about family and trying to find like identity in a world where you have no memory, no real means to communicate. I don't want to spoil almost anything about this game, but there's one thing I will say to try and get people interested in the story. The main character in this game cannot form proper sentences because of whatever happened to them when they woke up. They can only speak through certain words they are given by their tech friend, their Otacon friend in the real world. So things like, hi, my name's Leah. That's all they can say, and they use that so fucking well in the RPG portion of the game, where she says the same word, but it has an entirely different meaning depending on her expression, how she says it. And, like, yeah, they never let her speak in full sentences across the whole game, basically. She speaks in that way, and I think it's a really endearing way of making you like a character without them doing full sentences. They're not really a self-insert. In fact, that's the idea, basically. They're not meant to be a self-insert. And I think it was a great concept for a main character. And Leah is a great character in herself, and we don't really know fully what she's going on about because of the way she has to speak. But outside of that, there's a kind of like a Trials of Mana-esque combat system to this game, where you don't go into like turn-based battles, it's all within the environment. So you're fighting monsters within the fields, you're building your combos. The puzzles in this game, from what I saw of what the recording series I watched, are crazy. Towards the end of the game, they become so difficult that the devs had to promise the people who played this game that their next game would have less puzzles in it. So Alabaster Dawn, their new entry, I'm going to play. I might even do a full recording of it, considering how much I enjoyed this. They said they're not going to do as many puzzles, which has made people very happy, myself included. I like a good puzzle, but I also like, you know, the combat. And the combat is good in Crosscode. I think it's really good. So, yeah. I enjoy a lot. Let's move on though, shall we? But yeah, Maelstrom will be playing that in the future, so watch out for that when he gets around to it. Speaking of Maelstrom, I was going to play this game when I got to the Dominus Collection. I was going to do a one-off recording of this, but I ended up just watching him play this when he did a short retrospect into this game. Basically, this year the Dominus Collection came out for Castlevania, which includes all the DS Castlevania games, Dawn of Sorrow, Order of Ecclesia, and Portrait of Ruin. And alongside that, they also did a remake of Haunted Castle, which was all called Haunted Castle Visited. I like this cover art of like Dracula just like standing in the background like a transparent giant across the mountain. It reminds me of that one like meme of the people screaming in the mountain ranges. But yeah, I watched Maelstrom play this because it was like an hour long, and I ended up deciding, I don't. If it's like that long, I don't really feel the need to do a full recording of it then. But apparently it's really good. Like, this is an in-house Konami remaster, and from what I saw of it, it does feel like another Castlevania game. It's short and sweet, sure. There's new music. There's a Bloody Tears extended remix in this, which is great. The best way to describe it is it's just basically a kind of a small return to the Castlevania series, and I hope Konami make more games in the Castlevania series. I don't know how they'll do it without Iga, but we'll see. Considering that he's responsible for Symphony of the Night and the really important like Metroidvanias in the series. Yeah, I think that this is a cool game. It looks great too. I like the art style. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's like segmented pixel art. But yeah. Moving on to the next game, because I don't really have anything else to say about Haunted Castle we visited. UFO 50. I haven't played that much of this. Everything I have consumed for this collection has been through people streaming it, recordings, other people's expectations. The only one that I actually played was the first game in this collection, which was like a 2D open world area, and it was very difficult. Like, you could die at like some simple spikes and an enemy, and it was very unforgiving in that respect. Reminded me a lot of classic NES games. I will admit, I think this game got robbed this year at Game Awards. While I think Balatro is a great game, I would argue that UFO 50 is a great 50 games. I mean, not all of them are going to be good, that's the thing. But it's a massive, like, insane feat that the devs of this, the devs of Spelunky, mind you, designed 50 different games. And not only that, there is lore between them. The game is basically like creating this mock universe where there was this console called UFO 50, and it talked about their development and how they were made and how it went, how each of these games are added to the collection. I think that's really cool. Again, I haven't really played that much of it because it's not my cup of tea. Howdy, welcome in Maelstrom. We're talking about UFO 50. We're not on to the actual ranking yet, we're just going through games I have watched or not finished. But yeah, it's good. I haven't played that much of it, but I like that one haunted like Resident Evil Mansion one. Right, so we're moving on to the game that I gave up on immediately. This is like the shortest time I went into a Metroidvania and immediately went, I'm done. I'm not playing any more of this. This is called Yars Rising. It is based on a webcomic, I think. I might not be correct in that assessment. But basically, I liked the art style. I liked how it looked. And then the characters talked. And I was reminded of Forspoken. Like Viewfinder-esque like dialogue of commentary. No, the dialogue is not good. It felt a little bit cringe, actually. And I was sitting there going, oh no, is this going to be the entire game? And it ended up being the entire game. The combat isn't bad, but I think after an hour in, I realized that I could be playing better things right now. So I gave up. I stopped playing this. I didn't want to play anymore. Yeah, I had a bad time. Another game that I did a quick harvest of, and I recently came out to check out, was Beloved Rapture. This is an RPG made in the style of, as you would guess it, Chrono Trigger. I played the prologue of this and then stopped, and I did the same thing again this time. The issue with Beloved Rapture is not the game itself, necessarily. Actually, no, it is. It is the game itself. But alongside that, I just did a Matt Berry bit there. I'm sorry, it's me. No, actually, it is you. I played this when I went on my cabin holiday, and I basically only bought my laptop. And I will admit, the fact that I had to go through the prologue again, the 2-hour prologue, it kind of bored me, chat. I'm sorry. And it just doesn't have enough of a hook for me to maintain my investment, and the combat is too simple for me again to maintain my investment. The thing about AAA releases are, even if they're bad in terms of combat, I will still likely play them because of the quality of the product. Like, Final Fantasy 16 comes to mind in that regard. While I didn't love the combat in that game, I will still say it stood the test of time in terms of the graphics and the cinematics. But yeah, Beloved Rapture, because it is a very small indie project, unfortunately kind of did not maintain my investment. Which is sad, because I don't like stop giving up on indie games. I want to give them a chance, and I think I did with this, but yeah, I had to stop. Right, so this is the latest one I watched. The Thing Remastered. I watched Vinny play this, again with... Quim has finally disabled uBlock for me. Oh, well, that's not good. So, similar to Haunted Castle, The Thing Remastered, I didn't play. I just wanted to watch someone else play it, really, and I watched Vinny go through it, and it was an absolute joy. It reminded me a lot of Half-Life and those old school shooters. I think that Night Dive did a fantastic job remastering this. While some of the jank was maintained, the boss fights were not the best. I think the fact that this game has like continuity of The Thing, I don't mind. I think that the laboratory stuff isn't great, but like it doesn't harm the franchise in any way. I personally felt like it was a good time, and I like the John Carpenter cameo. That generally surprised me. I love The Thing. It's one of my favorite horror movies. Mainly the setting is what I love. I like the monsters too, but the setting of like an snow abandoned base is very fun. And the idea of like your friends becoming monsters if you leave them for too long and having to test their blood to make sure they're not monsters is cool in concept. But as Vinny put it himself, I would rather just keep the monsters alive because they are useful in combat. Even if your friends become monsters, if you kill them, that's one less person to help you fight the Thing creatures. And even if they become a Thing creature later, who cares? They are useful in combat. That's not how it should work. And also the fact that you can leave your friends for like a split second and they can become Thing monsters is not great. So yeah, it's just kind of working off old AI and other systems, but overall I think Night Dive did a good job of it, with what they could do with it. I found it very funny though when Vinny had to kill certain people. The best part of that was an elevator shaft. He was stuck in a cutscene, and the elevator there was explosion happening in the underground facility, and we just watched the doors shut, and about half his squad was wiped out by the explosion. It was so funny, because he didn't put them in the elevator. They were just standing outside like idiots. The whole Thing part of the game kind of falls over, which is a shame. Yeah, because everything else is kind of good. The combat's alright, and the idea of having a squad of people is not a bad idea in concept. Right. DLC, excluding Shadow of the Erdtree. I'm gonna get like the Twitter or X, like, rage about this right now that I'm excluding Shadow of the Erdtree. The reason why I'm excluding it is because it is the length of an actual game. And I don't care what people say, because of how long it is, it deserves to be on the ranking. I think that it has enough like development into it where it deserves to be there. Like if it was like a couple of hours long, it wouldn't be in the ranking, but it is. So, sorry. That's just the list. So, yeah, I do give rankings to these ones because I played them. I said that earlier in the year. It's probably my game of the year if it was a game. Yeah. Blasphemous 2 Mea Culpa. I played this DLC, and frankly, I was disappointed by it. I think Blasphemous 2 is one of my favorite Metroidvanias that came out. Might even be my favorite Metroidvania that came out last year. And I was a bit disappointed by how this DLC was handled. was the sort of DLC that I'm never a big fan of, where rather than having an exclusive new area to explore, they just developed a bunch of smaller locations in the places you've already been. And because of that, it felt very disjointed. If you didn't have the ability to fast travel between each of the points, it would just kind of fall flat. So yeah, I don't enjoy this DLC. I feel like Blasphemous 1 DLC was very similar, which kind of sucks because I think that Game Kitchen are a fantastic dev studio who I want to make a new Castlevania game, but their handling of DLC is always a little bit strange to me. Rather than like, you know, creating an exclusive new area to explore, they just end up recycling a bunch of old areas. Like, there's a cool new frozen place to explore, but the other new area is literally just another location with a reskin on it. It's like really boring in that regard. The new bosses are good. I don't like the final boss. He has a move where he just spins around and it has no animation frames to begin it, and you can't avoid it when he jumps over you, so that's always fun. Night Springs 2. Wait, Alan Wake 2, not Night Springs 2. I played the Alan Wake 2 DLC. Which is basically a collection of small ideas that they put into like about an hour-long gameplay experiences. I won't go through what each of them are, but to basically summarize, this is like a what-if scenario in some areas, and it's fun. It's very tongue-in-cheek. I think that Remedy are such a meta studio in how they handle things. I mean, Sam Lake is always joked to be a game hack, and he is, but we also love him for it, and he has a style that I think really shows in this DLC. A bunch of Control references. They reference Quantum Break as much as they can, like they're kind of skirting the line a little bit of that because they know they can't really talk about Quantum Break. And yeah, overall, a fun package for Alan Wake 2. A game that I thoroughly enjoyed and don't think is bad, despite it being ranked 8th on my ranking last year. And moving on to the Lake House, which is a bit of more of an actual controlled story. The thing about the Lake House, which I think is going to turn off a lot of people to this game, is the fact that it isn't very combat focused. It's not like a Resident Evil where you're constantly fighting zombies or big meat monsters, or even a Silent Hill where you're constantly solving big intricate puzzles. The Lake House is very much feels like a text adventure game. There's just many notes, and it feels like more of an introspective dive into the kind of toxic culture of a workplace trying to be big in a rural environment. The best way to describe this game, I think, would be as if a bunch of scientists who felt like they weren't being given the credit they deserve decide to start breaking some rules, and they end up hurting a poor individual, and that leads to the lake house occurring. It's a great commentary on that, rather than it feeling like it needs to be a massively gameplay focused, which is what Remedy is always good at. I wouldn't recommend Alan Wake to someone who likes Resident Evil necessarily because it's very story focused. You will have large sections of that game where you are reading notes, and that's not a bad thing. It's a style that has worked for them in the past. So, I like the Lake House. I think it was a very good and a lot of fun. Great atmosphere. Alan Wake 1 is still a barrier of entry for me because, well, I don't think that game is very good. You don't need to play Alan Wake 1 to play Alan Wake 2. It is basically a standalone game. Incredible. Is how I would describe it. I'm going to be abusing this Steam Deck as much as I can. What's this song? I know this song. It sure has a lot of recurring universe characters. It has Alan Wake and two other people. Oh, it's Cavern of Remembrance from Kingdom Hearts 2. Unreal Tournament is not DLC? Why is this in here? Ah, yes, Unreal Tournament, known for being a DLC. I played this earlier this month with Maelstrom and some others, and Had an absolute blast. I was meant to do more tomorrow, but I can't because I'm out meeting my other family. So we'll have to be in January. But yeah, this is a great game. I need to get on Instagib at some point. That was the best part of the evening, in my opinion. While I liked, like, what was it called, Crossing Worlds, I fucking loved Instagib. It was so funny. Like, you never felt like you were stressed to try and kill people in Instagib because of how quick it was. There's little skill involved. It's just about reaction speed and, like, coincidence and location spawning. I think that was a really fun part of the Instagib. But yeah, it's a great shooter game. I should probably not call it a shooter game, but it's a great FPS. Oh, I had a great time with it. Definitely would like to come back to it in the future. And this is it. We're going to get started now. But before that, chat, as I have alluded to earlier, we're going to be going through some guess the game in the background. So we're going to be doing some of those. I've noted down when we're going to begin. So there's a bunch of days this year that I missed, and we're going to be trying to get through as many of them as possible. So we're going to be starting with day 749. They used to be known as Twitch shooters because of twitchy movement trigger fingers, not because of the streaming sites. I don't think that existed back then, right? Right. The first one. There's a giant foot. Good. I don't know what this is. Justin.tv? Justin. I don't know what this is. I love bullets and viruses. Who's this little guy? I love him. 84%. Little Shop of Horrors, the game. No. It does seem familiar. Oh, is this Ghost Trick? No, it's not Ghost Trick. I don't know what this is. Ghost Trick is not a pixel art game. I've never seen this game before. It's that game Author V played. I have never seen this game before. Well, it's called Thimbleweed Park. Yay! Alright, moving on to the next game. That's Stardew Valley. It's not Stardew Valley. What is this? Is this Kirby Dream Course? What is this? Is it Superstar Saga? Who is this man? Oh, it's Spyro the Dragon. On GBA? What is this cursed dog? I don't know who this cursed dog is. Enter the Dragonfly. Chat, we're not getting this. This game looks like a pile of garbage. Oh, I got 76% though. That's not bad. Wouldn't you like to play Spyro on the GBA? No, I wouldn't. Actually, I'm good. I didn't play Spyro this year for my Christmas game, but then again, I didn't finish Spyro 2 last year. Well, pick and choose, chat. We've got a bunch of them here. I'm gonna go with Attack of the Rhinox. It was Season of Flame. Okay. Street Fighter 6. Well, that's Overclocked. That's the world map, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Is this League of Legends? The hit game? League of Legends? No. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Oh, no. Balloons? No. It's a Blizzard game. Is it good? No. Warcraft 64. Spirit Tracks music. Warcraft Tower Defense Mobile. Warcraft Rumble. That sounds like it could be it. Yeah! Ooh! Fuck yeah. Okay, that could be any game that comes out today. This day's gone. Oh, shit. I've seen that logo before. It's not God of War, is it? No, it doesn't look good enough to be God of War. I mean, look at that water, chat. That's some damn good water. Oh my god, I know what it is! I just remembered what that symbol is! Wow, look at this game that has no identity. It's a shame this game was bad, wasn't it, chat? It is a shame. Right, one more. Desert Bus. Okay, it's not on there. Oh, Lord. Wait. Wait. Not Rayman Origins, I want the first Rayman. Not Rayman. DOS! Oh, I'm not gonna get it. I've had like... Well, I need your help, Maelstrom. You did the DOS game collection. Day of the Tentacle. Sam and Max? This is what Telltale first worked on. There we go. This is Telltale's first series, I think. Well, no, this is when LucasArts was making it, but they made a really good Sam and Max game, if I remember correctly. Right, that's it, chat. We're gonna get started with the bottom of the barrel. If I was to mute the music for a second, I would go like this, or maybe this. That's on loop, by the way, chat. That's how good Stream Deck is. I can just loop the music. I can also do this. I'm being fucked by a bat. There you go. Right, let's get started, shall we? Right, what do you think the bottom of the barrel is, chat? Because if you didn't say 10-2, you're wrong. 10-2 is the worst game I have played this year. So, there's a big difference between this and last year's list. Last year's list only had games I had played from that year. So the games that came out that year was in the list. This is different. This has all the games that I played this year. And you say you're not hashtag Team Bat. That's why I'm not hashtag Team Bat, Corvus. I've also got this one. No, I'm being fucked by a fairy. So, yeah, some things to note here. We got the ranking. This is the 73rd worst game. The thing to the right is my rating. So that's 17 out of 100. And every single game on this list has an award. So, yeah, I mean, this is the award for the worst Final Fantasy game I've ever played. I have seen many defenders of this game. Like, many, chat. It is shocking to me how many people defend this game. No, I'm not sitting here on my high horse and being like, I'm the video game judge of all time. I know what a Final Fantasy game should be. But I think as a human being, there is a level of quality that must be met for you to enjoy something. And this game doesn't even scratch that surface, in my personal opinion. I haven't had a more rough experience with a Final Fantasy. I haven't even had a more rough experience with a recording series than I had of this game. Let's go through some things that this game suffers at. Character writing. They decimate Riku, who was an alright character in 10. I don't like Pain. Her story is locked behind optional content. And Yuna, luckily, gets out mostly unscathed because they don't really do anything of her. I just don't know what they were thinking of this. Like, this is obviously a lower budget Final Fantasy game. You can tell it's not like 13-2 where they had some resources they could use and make new stuff. They have, like, a lower budget with this. But the decisions they make are shocking. Why would they make this in the way they did? You go back to the same locations that you went to in 10, 5 times across the span of this game. Each time there's new stuff there, and let me tell you, it isn't any better, chat. The story is non-existent for 60% of this game. It only gets going in the last 40%, and even then, it's not that interesting. It's just... I don't even know what it's about still, even after playing it. You have this giant Vecna gun thing that wants to destroy the world, and they never at one point tell you what it fucking does. Like, until they actually use it, it's like, what is this thing? What is it going to do? I have no idea. And, like, the icing on the cake was the ending. The ending pisses me off. I'm going to spoil it, chat. Because, like, I can't not talk about this game and not talk about the ending. They bring Tidus back. In the most contrived way possible. Oh, congratulations, Yuna. You have defeated this giant Gundam robot. We're going to give you your boyfriend back because we could always do this, apparently. And we're only going to do it now. Even though you saved the fucking world earlier. And now they bring him back. It destroys 10 in every conceivable way. 10 is about trying to save people from sacrifice and is about nobility, about trying to, you know, deal with all that. There is a cost at the end of 10 that I really like. I like the fact that Tidus dies. He does not need to come back. They fucked up, is what I'm saying here. They really fucked up. Like, the ending of 10 is now forever tainted in my mind. Like, the whole of 10 is tainted in my mind now because of this game. That is the worst thing a sequel can do. What about everyone's favourite character, Brother? Moving on. We're gonna stop talking about 10-2 now. Oh, speaking of, award for character who doesn't shut up. Mega Man X5 is the worst Mega Man game I've ever played. If anyone ever wants to play the X series, stop at 4, maybe even stop at 3, because you are going to get nothing out of this outside of pain. X5, I began the game with some expectations of, oh, this isn't that bad. And then it has some of the worst level design I've ever seen in a 2D platformer. There's a character in this game called Duff McWhalen, who's like this whale, Mega Man. He has a great design. His stage is generally bullshit. There are parts in it where I have no idea how he meant not to do damage. And it just like that continues. The game is ugly as hell as well. It has a like early PS1 like pre-rendered look to it that just makes it look really grime and really low budget. The cutscenes are all static images. There's no anime cutscenes in this to make me happy, like X4 did. And one of the worst offenses is the fact that it has a Chadley character in it. Oh, this is a Slay the Spire. I'm not Slay the Spire. No, it's not Slay the Spire, it's Transistor. I don't know why it's called Slay the Spire. It is Supermassive. Then it's all good. But eventually you get the X7, and then it's all good. Well, a fun fact about X7, I actually have a mod of that I'm playing instead. There's a demake of it that's like in the SNES style that I'm going to be doing instead. Yeah, I'm not playing X7. That's not happening. It's the worst game in the series, I've heard. But Flame Hynid, he's going to be in it probably, but he's just going to be SNES instead. Yeah, speaking about that, by the way, I hate that this game has amazing Mega Man villain designs. It has such great character designs in it, and then it's like not good. It sucks, because I want to enjoy this game, but I can't, because it makes so many questionable decisions. And the worst offense to that is a character called Ayla, who you will not take 5 steps in the stage without her telling you that the next obstacle is moving left and right. Make sure you time your jump X, otherwise you will fall and plummet. Ayla, this is the 5th moving platform I've encountered. X, in this stage, there's low gravity. Oh, if only I could work that out myself, Ayla. If only I could, like, you know, play the game instead of being told this information. But yeah, they made bad decisions. And you can watch my entire playthrough of this on my channel where I suffer. I think I made the final thumbnail like Mega Man being dead on the floor. The annoying thing is too, by the way, about Mega Man X5 is the ending isn't actually that bad. They reference a lot of the OG series. There's a lot of old bosses from Mega Man, and it kind of goes full circle in the story in a way I don't mind. But I don't play the X games for story, chat. Spoiler alert, I don't care about story. I went into this to enjoy the gameplay, and I did not have that experience at all. So yeah, I'm not going to talk about this game anymore, I don't want to. Moving on. You know the annoying thing about doing rankings is I have to keep talking about bad games until we get to the good stuff. Before you move on, okay. Oh, no. Let me have a look at this. You've seen Vinny's videos of Flame Hynid, right? I assume. I haven't. I don't know if Vinny's even played this. If he has, I feel bad for him. Okay, it's so fucking funny. Have a look at it in a bit. We go on our next break. Alone in the Dark. Chat. Alone in the Dark 2024. Now the funny thing is, I put this in the ranking before I played 2008, which I had an absolute blast with. It was the funniest game I've played this year, I think, in terms of just how bad it was. I cannot wait for you to get to it, Maelstrom. It is truly amazing how bad it is. And it's really funny bad as well. So, yeah, 2008 aside, it's not in this list. Did it have the blink mechanic? Oh boy, it did. I was very worried at the beginning of it that was going to be a permanent thing you'd have to do. It isn't, luckily. But I was sitting there for the first 10 minutes going, if I have to press the X button every few seconds in this game, I'm not playing it. Hello, welcome in, Michael Pallison. Welcome to my retrospective of the year. We're just going through the worst games, so I apologize for salt that is going to be prevalent in this episode. The thing about Alone in the Dark is I'm not necessarily salty about it, but it's very forgettable. As it goes, the award for the most boring game. You can tell they took a lot of inspiration from Resident Evil. The RE2 has like changed the landscape in terms of big survival horror games. Every game is copying it now these days, even Alan Wake. I got hit by an ad as soon as I said hello. I like how I have like mid-roll ads during the stream, so it just doesn't happen, and they're still doing it anyway. Once I got into it, I actually enjoyed the original Alone in the Dark more than I thought I would. Yeah, I bet the original game is good. I mean, that's why it had a franchise, right? It was good enough to have a franchise, and then every single like subsequent entry, they just do a bad job of it. Like, this is a series that has suffered. The Alone in the Dark movie was not good. 2008 was hilariously bad, and when they brought this game back this year, it was boring as hell. But I don't think I'm being deep enough with this game, so let me be a bit more specific. It has ideas that have all been done before in other horror games, and unfortunately that does hold it back. The voice acting is very mundane and subdued to the point where the only interesting thing happens at the end, and by that point, I don't really care anymore. Basically, you have a whole shifting world mechanic, which is very Silent Hill, and you go to new locations using the shifting world mechanic. The puzzles are not terrible, I forget most of them really, but the fact that this doesn't leave a lasting impression is probably the worst sin a horror game can have. Like, horror is meant to shock you, meant to be like, oh wow, that happened now. Like, the only shocking thing that happens in this game is the ending, which again I will not spoil. But yeah, it's just forgettable. You're not gonna have an awful time with this game. I already said say something about funny but bad. Is it Resi 6 funny bad? 2008 is. In fact, yeah, I would say 2008 Alone in the Dark is as funny as Resident Evil 6, if not more funny. I seriously suggest checking out a quick harvest of that, because I haven't laughed more in an episode than like anything I've done. I think I was in hysterics. I had to stop playing for like 5 minutes to try and deal with what was happening on screen. Right. Moving on to alright chat. Our next segment, I guess. Ultros. Now, I don't think Ultros is bad. I would put it under the bus of worst execution of a good idea. So, I always recommend making trailers to people, but I always go in with that, with the knowledge that every game is going to be different for someone else. Like, people are going to enjoy a game like this more than I will, for example. So I don't tend to just be like, I enjoyed this game because I enjoyed it. I'm also like, this is what this game has to offer. Maybe you'll enjoy it when I didn't. And Ultros kind of has that a little bit. The best way to describe Ultros is you're gardening, basically. It's a loop game where you garden and build a network, a living network, across this giant open world map. The issue is those two mechanics, the looping and the whole like building a network, do not mingle well, because you're constantly worried that you're going to do something that's going to cause you to loop back in time. So because of that, you reach a point in this game where you cannot make forward progress without fear of, you know, missing out on something. They're very interesting and pretty, but a game that didn't draw me in enough to stream it. Yeah, the gameplay's fine. It kind of reminds me of Hollow Knight, honestly. I like how there's a mechanic in it where, depending on how fast you kill the enemy, you'll get better meat from them. Like, you get more rare meat from killing an enemy faster. I think that's a cool idea. The issue is, though, is that I think the fundamental mechanics of this game are not good, and thus it is heavily brought down by them. Which sucks, because I think the art style is really cool. Like, the psychedelic, like, meat gardening ship is such a great setting, and the music is great too. If I could say anything about the game, is the music is really unique, and I think that you'll enjoy looking at this game, not necessarily playing it. Because the annoying thing is, as indie games tend to do these days, especially when it comes to Metroidvanias, you need to do absolutely everything to get a true ending. And I'm sorry, but if I can just watch the true ending on YouTube instead of spending like 10 hours connecting a network of like save points together over a really arduous and painstaking process, I'm gonna do that instead. I'm good. But yeah, it's a great looking game. I just wish it was a bit better. Revile. So, I don't know why I played this game, chat. I think I saw it on a list a while ago, and I was like, oh, Theme Park Layers of Fear. Let me in there. And then when I played it, I thought it was very mid. It is the most clown-orientated horror game, though. I will give it that. It's based on, basically, as I said, like a carnival, like a theme park ride. Which is especially annoying, because I think that it is a cool concept, like a circus-esque horror game, like a Layers of Fear circus game, where you are going through this, like, you know, spooky environment of like moving floors and tunnels. clown orientated. Exactly. The issue is that the story is nothing, and it doesn't. You can tell it's very amateur in that regard. I don't want to use the word amateur, to be fair, because I feel like that's a bit what's the word? Hypocritical when it comes to doing game reviews. I'm not a journalist. I'm not someone who does this for a living, but I do like ranking stuff. I just think that Revile kind of falls into the ballpark of being another one of those generic walking simulator horror games that Layers of Fear paved the way for. Which sucks, because PT was so damn good, and it feels like outside of Devotion, all the other games have failed at it. Right, moving on. Kind of in the same boat, but instead of Layers of Fear, it's Silent Hill instead. Hollow Body is a game that I think has some cool ideas in it, in terms of it being Silent Hill oriented. But the game looks like Silent Hill. It just does. They did a good job of making it look like that series. But fundamentally, I think when you're making a horror game, you really want to make your own identity of it. I don't think you should copy another game franchise if it's going to end up being just another Silent Hill-esque experience. I will say, again, gameplay isn't bad. I did a quick harvest of this, obviously. Combat works. You're running away for the most part, and the puzzles are quite good. There's a part in this game I really like, and it's kind of standout part. I don't think it was intentional. And I've said this story before when I talked about Hollow Body. But basically, there's a point in this game where you're going through a sewer sequence. And it's after you go through a giant open area, so you're getting a more linear experience. You're fighting some enemies in the sewer. And then you encounter this room with like a pedestal with 3 plates on it. And your idea is, okay, I need to find 3 objects and place them on the plates. You go around a bit and you find a heart, a beating heart. You pick up the heart, and then you walk away and you find yourself not in the same room anymore. It's like, wait a second, what's going on? I was somewhere else earlier. Why is the whole environment changed? And the music starts ramping up, becoming more creepy. You start encountering really strange enemies, and then you just leave the sewers. The puzzle never comes back. It's like a red herring. I think that's a really cool idea. It reminds me of something that Lost in Vivo might do. Like, they build up the expectation of the puzzle, you're then like, what the hell is happening? And then you just leave. But I then found out that that was the dev not wanting to do a sewer puzzle, so they just made you leave in the end. Which, honestly, like, it's the most memorable part of the game, so I don't mind it. But everything else is very, like, played to the books. There's a part in the game where you can save a guy from jumping off a roof, and then he becomes your permanent companion for the rest of the game. I'm not even joking. Like, if you save him, he comes with you, and he's there at the ending. That's kind of cool. That's then why you put in a sewer. I don't know. Maybe they had the environment and didn't want to put it in. Maybe they're going to add it later in DLC. Sewer DLC. Haunty. Now, this was, I think, a period where I was less specific about what game I wanted to play. But now that I've kind of got an idea and I've got a massive back catalogue, I'm going to be a little bit more careful about what I play. Because Haunty looks amazing. It has such a unique art style. You are basically in this dark abyss, and you have it's all black and white for the most part, and the way I would describe the game is it's Mario Odyssey. You have these massive areas, you solve little puzzles in these areas, and you get these moons after doing them. And then you can do the next area afterwards. The thing is while that is fun to copy enemies and go into them, it does kind of just do the same thing over and over and over again. And while I think the art style is good, I think it would be better as an hour experience, or like a 2-hour like walking simulator, because the environments do not change. They are the same throughout the most of the game. And I didn't finish it, so unfortunately I don't really have that on the plate with this game. Still, I like the concept. I don't think it's bad. I enjoyed Haunty for a while, but it didn't hold my attention. Yeah, that's kind of my thought process too. It was a good game, but it didn't hold me for as long as it probably should have. I don't think it's bad. We're kind of in the point now where I don't think the games are bad. I do want to point out something, chat. I don't play games to not have fun. I will only play that if it's like a soul harvest. So we're at the point now where the games are alright, as I said earlier. Moving on. Biomorph. Kind of in the same ballpark. As the award says, making me not want to explore a massive Metroidvania map. How do you do that? That is a talent in itself. When you give me a big map, I'm like, fuck yeah, let me get in there, let me dig into it. When I saw Biomorph's map, I went, oh no, this is too big. I mean, even if I'm playing a game that's hard and to challenge me, it still needs to be fun. Yeah. Biomorph is a game where you can transform into other enemies. And I think that's a kind of a cool idea. The issue is, in terms of progression, that could be a little bit irritating. You can only have 3 enemies on your hotbar at any given time, which means if you encounter a room... well, no, let me explain that more. So you can put 3 enemies onto your hotbar at any time, but it has to be at save points. You cannot do it anywhere else. You can only put them on at save points. So if you're exploring an area you haven't been to before, there's a chance you're going to find something you can't interact with because you don't have the right enemy on your hotbar, which can be annoying because you're like, well, I want to explore this, but I can't, so I'll come back later. Oh wait, I don't care anymore. I'm not going to come back later. There's a very careful balance you have to play with a Metroidvania. It's not a bad, genre to start off in as an indie dev, but you have to remember that you have to give the players respect. You can't waste their time. You need to design the map so it feels like you're exploring, you can teleport between these points. I don't like Metroidvanias that don't give you good traversal, and unfortunately Biomorph kind of falls into that. There is a system in this game where you pay to allow yourself to teleport between save points. And I'm sitting there like, just make this what you can do. Don't make us pay for it. Do something else. Like, make it so you, I don't know, you get all your mana back at save points instead. This is such an annoying thing. I wish most Metroidvanias would allow you to teleport between save points. I don't mind it where you have like trains, like in Hollow Knight, because it's pretty well linked and you can just get where go easily. But with a game like Biomorph and how big it is, there's so much backtracking to do. I just like, no, I don't want this. I don't want this. I'll be back in a bit. Fire up time. Enjoy your fire up. We're going to go on a small break in a second so I can eat some of my food. But yes. Oh god. What did I just eat? That wasn't part of the beef joint. What is that? Oh. So, with Biomorph, I've reached a point where, in Metroidvanias, you tend to have this. It happens quite a lot. You get to a story sequence, and then they're like, you need to go and collect these 6 MacGuffins to open the final boss door. They're spread across the map. Good luck! And when I looked on the map and had to scroll to where they all were and how far they were away, I was like, no, I don't want to play any more of this. Which is not something I should feel. I should be invested in the story, and I just wasn't. But yeah, it looked like a fine game. Like, if you have nothing else to play, it's not a bad game to just mindlessly go through, but there's not enough here to keep your investment, I think. At least for me. Right. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to go on a small break. Oh shit, okay, speaking of the most recent game I played on this list. Wait, hold on. Crisis Core Reunion. So, I played Crisis Core about yesterday. I think I finished it yesterday. And let me tell you something about this game. I went into it with expectations that I wasn't going to enjoy it as much as I would have thought, and I didn't. I thought that the story was really all over the place. Especially when it comes to certain characters in this game, like Genesis and Angeal. They're not good. They're not good. I reviewed this game enough when I was playing it, but the way I described it was basically, It feels like every single character has a gimmick, and that's all they are. Like, Angeal is about dreams, Genesis is about quoting Loveless, and I don't know what it is with Nomura and his friendship groups he creates, but they always have a thing between the three of them, like an item. So with Angeal and Genesis, it's the Banora apple. With like Sora, Kairi, and their group, they have the Pow Pow fruit. Roxas and his gang have the sea salt ice cream, and then the Birth by Sleep trio have the Wayfinders. They always have a thing between them that they always cut back to and be like, this is why we're friends, because we have this thing, and only this thing. It's like, no, friends have more than just one thing. And when that's the only thing you bring it back to, it makes it feel shallow. So yeah, Crisis Core is a game that has a pretty mediocre story, but damn were a few of the cutscenes funny. Especially the cutscene where Genesis eats Zack's hair. That is an actual thing that happens in this game. Genesis eats his hair. And I was sitting there laughing a lot. I think I enjoyed it for the most part. I share your feelings on Genesis and Angeal though. Yeah. The annoying thing is about Angeal is I think that as a character, he's not bad. He begins as an interesting character. Actually, they spend some time to develop him, and then they just give up. Like, after a certain point, he just becomes one-dimensional, and he's like, oh, I'm a monster, I can't be good. And then Zack is like, over here, like, these are angels' wings. And then fucking Angeal is like, but what do angels dream of? And I'm just sitting there laughing out of my mind because of how bad the dialogue is, and it was humorous to me and very funny. It also has a game with the Megan Gaga cutscene in it as well. But there are a couple things I like story-wise. I like Cisne. Like, Cisne came back in Rebirth, which is cool. I liked... what else did I like about it? I like the Nibelheim flashback, but I also think that's because it was the original game. And this is what I'm kind of getting at. Everything I liked in this game was from the original. I liked Zack's death until it became weird. I like Cloud. I like Clud's involvement. I like Aerith. I like Song. Like Song became like the underdog in this game. He gets beaten up so much in the story, and then you find out at the end that he was keeping Zack's letters, and it was like, oh, isn't that nice? Wait, hold on. No. No, hold on a second. If Zack, hold on, no. Because he had the letters in his office. I think he was keeping them for himself. He wasn't giving them to Zack. Hold on a fucking second, Song. Who is this character? I just realized during the stream. Why did he do that, chat? Why did he do that? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Right. And then gameplay. I spent, after episode 6, about 7 hours, like, leveling up like crazy. And then I became broken. Because you can fuse your materia of like 300% HP MP upgrades, and you just become like really powerful. The funny thing is that I didn't finish the game with full Buster Sword proficiency because I don't know how you would do that. It builds up so quickly. I can't remember why Song did that. Because he's weird and creepy. I don't know his relationship to Aerith. I don't know why he does this stuff. Moving on. Gameplay was weird. I liked it though. As I described in the award, Best Gambling Game, you spin a slot wheel. I think that the ending kind of saves it, because they use it in a really sad way in the ending, where you're spinning through them during the final fight with Zack, and you see the DMW system like breaking apart as he tries to recall his past battle experiences to try and survive. I think that was excellently well handled. Like, very meta, very ludo-narrative, good stuff. Great. And, like, yeah, it generally got to me. I thought, wow, damn, they're doing a great job here. But that's it, chat. Right, we're going to go on a small break. I'm going to have a bit of my food. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. And I'll see you guys then. It's not working. It's not working! Why can I use my sword? I do? What do I do, chat?
What do I do?
Jinx, touch wood. You seem tense. I literally can't fight the boss right now, Morbo. I can't use my sword. Oh, you know what? It's time. What do you know? And you, Alpine, my own Sistaru, can't you see the truth behind all this? Why do you think they all fear war but won't lift a finger to do anything about it? They all say that Windows has peace and security and peace and security. But do you really think our country has peace? The wounds that Orestein received haven't healed. The best of the warlocks are dying. Just imagine what would happen if war broke out. It would be a Windows, it would be obliterated in Staru. That's why we need some grand new magic. But what about the Star Sib? What?
Chance for what? I needed to protect you.
Protect me? I can protect myself.
I kind of want to see what happens if he walks over to that thing and, like, dies. Well, what are you talking about? Anyone in their rational mind upon seeing a fucking hell creature will not be, let's go and prod it and see what it will do to me. Considering it's already shown to be hostile. Wow, good decision, by the way. He just did it anyway.
Ava, wait.
People who put their money on that hadn't got nothing out of it. That would be a good thumbnail, but oh my god, does Kratos have like a happy face too? Kratos, please, I beg you. Yeah! Yay! Ah, no, wait, I'm not done. Oh no! Whatever am I going to do to get away from this creature? Probably run away from it slowly. Bye! Oh! Fuck! How can you climb? Use a gun! Yeah! Oh! Uh-oh. What am I watching right now? Who are you? What are you? Hey, we killed him. Oh, he's not. No, he's not. Well, one anticlimactic way for Zeus to die. I don't mind the 2D encounter. I actually quite liked it. Okay, I'm not going to question physics. Let's not go down that road. Oh, the game is giving me a lot of ammo right now.
Can you hear me? Is there anybody up there? Damn.
Don't say fuck.
They must have fucked up the primary.
Fuck's sake!
Let's try another try.
They can't help themselves!
This is an emergency. Zone C27 operator report.
Helheim, yeah?
Right, I need to see something. I need to see. You bastards. You fucking bastards. Oh my god! It's got a different UI too! Hello. I'm back. We return with some more of the stream. We're gonna do some more guess the game to kind of just to do a couple more of those during the stream itself. I want to make sure that we're at a good number for this. Right, it's 50. It's 56. Okay, got it. I already don't know what this is. I'll not get it up for you guys so you guys can see. It's some kind of portal game. On your right. 80%. Best combo. I've seen this game before, but what is it? Dead Cells. That could be John Dead Cells over there. Oh no, I don't know what this is. While it's some manner of basketball, well, not some manner of basketball game, I have no idea what this is. Look at all the genres it is. RPG, sports, third person, turn-based, dating simulation, QTE, skateboarding. Are there any genres it isn't? Metroidvania. I don't know. Who is this character? Should I know who they are? Because I don't. Okay, you throw skateboards at people. Why do you throw skateboards at people? Do you ride around on the skate? Why has it got a thing called a thirsty taunt? What is this game? Thirsty Suitors! I think I played this, but I can't remember its name. Why it's called Thirsty Suitors according to this. Okay. Good for you, game. I've seen this before. Oh, is it? What's it called? Hotline Miami? No. Who's this lad? Oh, it's the little garlic fellow. Oh, is it Turnip Boy's thingy? Turnip Boy robs a bank. Yeah! I don't know if that was a 2D game. I thought that was 3D for some reason. Well, there you go, though. You rob a bank. I definitely played it. Remember the name of Thirsty Suitors. That's a hell of a name, I will say. Okay, done this. Dragon's Dogma 2. Helldivers in the first one, chat, mind you. I'm a Helldivers expert. Okay, already got an idea what this could be. Well, it might have not. I don't think Pluggy Squire released at this point. No, it didn't. Oh, I know what this is. Kirby's Epic Yarn. One of my favorite Kirby games on the Wii. Like a sewing adventure. You can't die in it. It's pretty chill. There he is. He can become a car when he sprints, chat, and he can become a dolphin as well. In this game, you do not have a copy abilities. You have you can pull things and unravel them. It's kind of brutal, actually, how you can just unravel people in this game. We'll do 2 more. Aladdin. It could be. Do you think it's Aladdin? Oh my god! Gamer! Whoa! I didn't know, chat. I didn't know, I swear. All I saw was this and was like, it looks like Agrabah. There's an Aladdin game on the SNES. I thought it was Yoshi's Woolly World for a second there. Yeah, I think that is a reference. I don't know if they referenced that game with Yoshi's Woolly World, but it's very similar in that regard. No, there he is, John Aladdin himself. Very dangerous to have a Disney cat like that on this. Prefer Tale of the Two Sons. Oh. I don't know what this is, chat. I mean, that's an entirely different style to this. 89% on Metacritic. Hi. You look really cool. What is this game? I don't want to find out anything more about this. This looks really nice. Dave the Diver. Look, it's Christmas, chat. There's Santa Claus. There's Saint Nick. It's not Dave the Diver. Geography of Robots. You successfully meet Monkey's gaze of cool assurance, however his expression is unchanged. Norco. I don't know what this is, but I love it. Let me have a look, chat. Norco. Well, that's not. Well, the first thing that appears is a bike game. Norco is a dialogue-focused point-and-click adventure that immerses the player in the sinking suburbs and industrial swamplands of an increasingly surreal and distorted South Louisiana. I like the look of this. Well, there you go. I think I've heard of Norco before, but like I must have forgotten. Okay, we'll do 2 more. Ninja Gaiden, lovely. Just Dance. They're not showing what this is right now. Which Just Dance is it? It's none of them. What? Elton John? Oh, I'm never gonna get this. Guitar Hero. I mean, it could be. No. No, I don't know what this is. I don't know music games. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. I've heard of this before. I've seen people play this before, and it's very silly. You don't need to, like, get the notes right, though. You just gotta say... You just gotta raise your voice or lower it. You just gotta get the vocalization correct. Sing Star Party. Right, okay. I mean, yeah, Sing makes sense in that regard. It's Tomb Raider. No. 91%! Hot damn, Kingsfield. What, this is some, like, really well-known games that I don't know. Guild Wars. Oh, chat, I'm sorry. Soul Reaver? Is this what Soul Reaver looked like? No. BioWare. Is it Diablo? No, it's not Diablo. Diablo's not like this. Diablo. Neverwinter Nights. I have never heard of Neverwinter Nights. It's kind of a good name for that, really, isn't it? Neverwinter Nights. Is this best-selling Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game combines all the elements of Neverwinter's Night Summer Edition with all new enhanced features, including 100 hours of award-winning adventures and tools to create your own. Huh. Well, there you go, I guess. Oh, hey, it's Neverwinter Nights. I've never heard of this game before. Pitfall, okay. The Messenger, yep. Chat, I wonder what this game is. It couldn't be one of the most distinct indie games that came out this year. I think it's called Well Animal. Yeah, you cannot put Animal Well in anything. It's so distinct. I'm glad Animal Well is getting its much due love. I do like it a lot. I'm not as big a fan of it as other people are, but I do like Animal Well. Right, we're going to have a look at that video Maelstrom sent. So I'm going to close this. We're not going to bring that video up. Turn the music off. We've got Mega Man playing right now, so it's very appropriate. Copy, link. A bit's going to be cut off during this. I apologize for that, but there's not really a whole lot else I can do about that. Do you want to capture? There we go.
Have to at least look up Flame Henyard. Okay, let me look up Flame Henyard, then we'll do the art.
Oh, that's some bad voice acting.
Oh, it's you causing my suffering.
Why they made questionable decisions.
The pain will stop.
Don't worry, I have just the cure.
What?
Holy shit.
Warning.
That voice.
Can you hear me, Admiral?
Burn to the ground. Burn to the ground. Burn to the ground.
What?
Burn to the ground.
Why is his voice cracking so much? They could have had like a repeat. I love how it interrupts itself. Who made this game and thought that was okay? Oh. This is what I have to look forward to if I play this game, I guess.
I have to mute myself.
I like how the two worst games I played this year are because I said I was going to play all Final Fantasy and all Mega Man X games. That was a mistake. Oh, that was great. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. Oh, I'm not looking forward to playing that though. Let me just check that Mega Man that the reimagined version is 7. I hope it is. Please be 7. I hope you get all his voice lines in the remake. Well, I don't know if it is 7. Oh no. Oh no, it's X8. Okay, chat, I am going to be playing Mega Man X7. No! Anyway, back to this. Yay! I mean, I got that to look forward to.
Incredible. Incredible.
Right, so, next game, chat. WHL Tower Source. I played a collection of Half-Life 1 maps in a thing called TWHL. And basically, I think the issue with collections is I don't think they were vetted as hard as they should have been. Because this reminded me of Madvent from last year, where there were games in that collection that were unfinished and what didn't even work when you played them. In this, the maps reach like, I don't know, funny bad maps in Half-Life 2. If you remember, Vinny played this and he went through things called the Joker's Maze. And yeah, it was as bad as you expected it to be. It was just a series of rooms and like spooky audio. Ooh. But it kind of sucks because there was some good stuff in here. I didn't play the entire thing, I watched Vinny doing it. The Joncola. The terror bad scale is a fickle comedy monster. We are technically still in the bad games, but I wouldn't say we're too far into it now. We're getting out of it now. But yeah, fan collaboration. I don't usually play like collections of games like this. I guess UFO 50 is technically a fan collaboration, but I think it's all made by just one team. But there's not a whole lot else to say about this. I think that it's cool that people still make Half-Life maps. That, I guess. I'll add this, I guess. Oh, I'm being fucked by a fairy! There you go. Oh, okay, here's the controversial one. I forgot how low this is. Yeah, we need to talk about this. I think I've spoken before about my experience of playing Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Now, I do want to point out that this being 63rd is not bad. We are like well and far beyond Final Fantasy X-2 and Mega Man X5. I will say though that Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, it was a bit disappointing, especially after Endwalker and how good that was. The whole idea of Dawn Trail was resetting the stakes. But the story is not good. Whenever I think about the story, I just keep thinking that could be improved a bit there. That could be a bit better. The game fucking knew that too, because there was a cutscene in this game where I didn't even get the main plot thing. Like, there was a cutscene chat where there was meant to be a giant void portal in the sky. It didn't appear in my cutscene, so I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I was sitting there like Waklamat was like, what is that thing? And then it told us like, it's some portal to hell. And I was sitting there going, I just see the black sky, guys. I don't know what we're talking about right now. There's some good stuff in here. I like Graha. I like finally getting to go on my gondola ride of Graha here. But that was a dream come true. But it did display the notions of Endwalker, and its use of the sounds was bad. The only character who I really liked was Wuklamat, and even then she was very repetitive in how they used her. I think 7.1 is a massive improvement on the story so far. I really enjoyed that. I don't like playing a game like this and shitting on it, because I love Endwalker and I love Shadowbringers. They have brought me to tears in multiple places, and I will admit that. But when you get into this, it's just, you can just see the difference in quality. It's kind of a shame that Ishikara didn't write this, but she has other stuff, I guess, that she was focusing on at the time. I think that when I play through the story, I shouldn't be thinking at any given point, wow, I feel like this could be better if it was like this. I feel like this could be better if it was like that. And while I enjoyed Speen, I will say that as a villain, she did feel like she took a couple of the pieces of homework from Emmett Selk. If nothing else, it's more like to see boss fights as we go along. And that's why this is so good. If it was just a story, it would be lower. But because of the gameplay and how good the dungeons are, I really enjoy the dungeons in this expansion. They were generally a step up in difficulty, which was what I wanted. Difficult, fun. I love that the final boss was generally, like, really difficult in spots. It just went crazy. Music is still fantastic. So can knock out at the park with the music. Bosses are good. I mean, great songs overall. Like, I didn't think he could do Amarot 2, but he did, and I love Amarot 2 a lot. I will say I'm kind of sick of the final dungeon being let me show you the past and what was once and has now been destroyed. Can we not get that with the next expansion, please? Can we get something else? Because that's been every single dungeon so far. That's been every final dungeon so far outside of Alamigo. So, yeah. Dawn Trail, bit of a disappointment, but not bad by any means. Sandland. Chat. This is Akira Toriyama's last proper project before he unfortunately passed away, I think. Sandland is based on a manga short series he did, and he had a game that was made for that. I think Vinny played this a little bit too, and I also had a very similar experience to Vinny, where I liked it, but it overstayed its welcome a bit. I think that it looks great. It has this nice stylized look to it that, you know, kind of captures the original source material in a very nice way. And overall, it's a fine game if you'd like the manga. I think it complements the manga quite well, and if you want to find out more about, like, what the series is based on, you can check that out. I will say, like, story-wise, it's a little bit strange that it has these abrupt cuts when new arcs begin. Like, I thought I was reaching the end of the game about 10 hours in, but no, it was the end of the first arc, and we had the next arc after that. I was like, oh, okay, we're getting a new arc, that's why it's ending here. But yeah, it's suitable, it works. I didn't, like, spend too much time with it, but I might return to it at some point in the future. Right. Kind of in a similar ballpark, the Plucky Squire chat. I would describe this as a great kid's first game. If you want a kid to get into gaming, give them the Plucky Squire. It is very much in the same vein as something like Kirby's Epic Yarn, or I don't know, Mario Galaxy. I would say Mario Galaxy is really good though. Oh, wait, is this a remix of Dracula's Castle from another Castlevania, Harmony of Despair? Oh my god, it is. Okay, hold on. Oh! I like the aesthetic and idea of this more than I like the execution, sadly. Yeah, I think the idea of merging 2D and 3D art styles together is a really cool idea, but it doesn't really do anything too much with it. It does, the execution kind of reaches a certain point and then it's like, that's as far as we're going to take it. Which sucks, because I think given, like, a more focused story and kind of more of like an indie edge to it, like giving it some grit, like Undertale style, would have made it far more interesting. But unfortunately, it just comes off a little bit too kiddie and playing it too safe. It was free, so I can't complain that much. I got it free on a PlayStation, but yeah, I could have done with more, I think. Right, moving on. Moving on to the pretty good column chat. Oh, speaking of, wait, I just realised something. This game called Harmony of Despair stole its title from Harmony of Dissonance. That bastard. Well, I don't know what Harmony of Despair is, to be fair. But I started my Castlevania marathon this year. I started playing the Castlevanias, and we went with through the GBA ones. It's the weird multiplayer one. That's probably why I haven't played it then. But yeah, I'm going through all the Castlevania games I haven't played. Those include the GBA ones and the DS ones. And while Harmony is at the bottom, I by no means think it is a bad game. Because the main complaint I heard about Harmony was its art style, and I disagree. I think it looks great. Like, yeah, sure, it isn't gothic or dark like Aria of Sorrow or Symphony of the Night, but it's like a disco. There's so many colors in this game. Like, everything is so vibrant and beautiful. It's like, this is such a nice game to look at. I guess it can get a little bit grating having like these more like purples and pinks in a Castlevania game, but I don't mind that. Maybe compare the music over the art. The music is a bit forgettable, admittedly, and it doesn't really give just that much justice. You know, if I wanted to make a joke in that regard. I think compared to Circle and Aria, it doesn't really stand the test of time. I like the story. I like how they made you actually care for the two main characters, and the idea of two castles, with one being a distorted version of the main castle you're in, being cool, but I can also see the complaint with it being just another castle. It feels a bit lazy compared to something like what Symphony of the Night does with the Upside Down Castle. But I would also say that's also a little bit lazy, so I don't know. Personally, I'm not a big fan of how that's handled. But yeah, Harmony is good. I like Harmony. Like I said, we're in a pretty good column right now, so I will say I had a good time with this game overall. Justice fun? I don't think he's really going to come back. Fun fact, chat. Justice actually in the Netflix series that just came out, Nocturne. He's like Victor's mentor, and it's really cool. If you want to see that, it's there, and they actually have continuity from this game in there. So yeah, moving on. Mega Man X4, and of course it wins the award for best cutscene because my lord, that cutscene with what's his name in it? Zero. I thought that was X for the longest time, but it's Zero who does the screaming. He's like, no, Gah! I don't have it on my soundboard, but if I did, I'll play it right now. Iconic sound design. Iconic character. Who doesn't love Zero and that cutscene? The cutscenes in this game are great. I don't hate them, actually. I think they're, you know, product of their time in a lot of ways. The voice acting isn't great. But they're also fun, which is what I need from a Mega Man game. Like, even if the gameplay isn't good, if the cutscenes are fun and the voice acting is bad, I'm going to have a massive amount of fun of it. Preferably time that sound effect of Argon shouting, what am I fighting for now in 2 MBS 1 playthroughs. I mean, both are the same, aren't they? What's this song? Flower Town? My town? I guess it is my town. Gameplay isn't bad here though. I don't think Mega Man X4 has bad gameplay. I actually don't mind the level structure. And again, it has some surprising twists in there that I don't mind. I'm not going to go into spoilers about it, but I don't mind the art style. I think it looks quite good for being the first PS1 Mega Man game. It looks far better than X5, I can give you that. Like, it actually tries to be a video game and doesn't feel like it's rushed or has a really low budget for some unknown reason that Capcom couldn't spare a few coins for one of their feature franchises at the time. This was also at the time where Capcom was not a great company. Which, to be fair, they're still not great today, but they're better than they have been. I mean, you can see why people... that is an interesting thing to think about, chat. Why do people want a new X game when the last 4 games have been terrible? Do they think they're going to bring it back to, like, X3 or X2? Like, bring back Mega Man X, but as a great character. Because, like, I don't like X as a character. He's a bit of a one-note person. He's just Mega Man, but, like, has, like, this weird, like, in a debate all the time about his existence. Like, should I kill people? I'm also a robot, but is that bad? Maybe people just have more nostalgia for the SNES than the NS, maybe. I guess. But I can see why Capcom made Mega Man 11 over X, because, like, 9 and 10 weren't bad. Moving on to Convergence, a League of Legends story, playing it by the numbers, by a fair T. There's not a lot to say about this. The reason why I played Convergence is because I watched Arcane, and I was like, I want to play a League of Legends game. Oh, what? They made a Metroidvania? Get me in there. And the thing about Convergence is, the way I would describe it is, it's about as by the numbers as you can get. Like, they don't go crazy with the story in this. You play as Echo. The main gimmick in the gameplay is that you can go back in time a few seconds. Any damage you take, wait, no. They go against his whole gimmick. I just realized that. So in League of Legends game, Echo is a character who has a device that allows him to go back in time. However, any damage he's taken is kept on him when he goes back in time. So he isn't like impervious, basically. And I think that's a cool way of handling that. But in this game, if you get hit, you can reverse that hit and get your health back. Huh. I didn't realize they changed that. I guess, I don't know. He does recover a bunch, I think. Not sure how much. I think you have, like, buffs and stuff you can activate to heal yourself. But I like that about his character because it makes him not just insanely overpowered. He's got to be careful about what he takes in terms of damage. This is Metroid Prime music. But yeah, Convergence, the story is kind of mid. I like some of the surprise champions who showed up. The Zorn Underbelly was kind of cool. I like getting to explore that place. And again, like, the whole idea of a League of Legends Metroidvania is not an inherently bad one. I just want it to be given more, like, focus instead of it being like a small side game that one of the smaller studios worked on as like a pet project. It has a heal attached to it. It's to the ult. It's not like he reverses damage, but he does heal it off it. Right, okay. Maybe that's what happens here. I don't think it is, though. You just get your health back. Yeah, I like the idea of a mechanic where you go back in time. Like, the way the game's functioning, like, game over system works is you don't die when you fall off an edge or take lethal damage. You die when you run out of charges for your rewind. So, yeah, I think that's a good way of handling it. As for the gameplay, again, pretty by the numbers. You can wall jump. You can grab the wall behind you. You get a double jump, of course you do. You get a dash really late in the game for some reason. And the exploration is fairly limited. You don't have to return to previous areas. It feels like a very short and sweet experience. It doesn't overstay its welcome. Luigi's Mansion 2. Award for playing as Luigi. Indeed. I do enjoy playing as Luigi in my Luigi's Mansion games. I played this. I didn't play the entire thing, but I wanted to play the HD version of Luigi's Mansion 2. It's alright. Again, like, Luigi's Mansion 2 is not the best Luigi's Mansion game. It's probably the weakest one out of the 3. I think 3 is the best one. Gets the Green Mario Award. It does. Luigi, also known as Green Mario. The thing about Luigi's Mansion 2, I won't go too much into it because it's a remake. It's not even that much of a remake. It's a bit lazy, to be honest. Like, they didn't really add anything. They kept the multiplayer mode at the very least, But yeah, all it is a graphical update. There's not anything else added to this, which is strange for like Nintendo remasters. They tend to have more in them, but at least this game finally got ported from the 3DS. But yeah, the weird thing it is about Luigi's Mansion 2 is it tried to be a lot more stage-orientated. It was at the time when Nintendo wanted to make their feature franchises feel more like, I don't know, like level-based structure Mario games. There's 5 different mansions in this game, and you have like stage structure for them, so you return to them over like 5 stages in each mansion, and it's a little weird. I don't like the mission-based structure. I think it takes away from the atmosphere that the first game had. Oh. Katana Zero. I just realised how many games we've got to get through. How many have we gotten through so far? I don't feel like we haven't gone through any. We've gone through 16. Good. It doesn't feel like 16. Right. Delta Traveler. So, after I played Undertale Yellow last year, I wanted to play other Undertale fan games because I was in the mood. And I realized that was a mistake. Because this game kind of leans into the part of the Undertale community that I did not interact with, which is the crazy fan theory stuff. And just like fan crafting, it's like, oh, what happens if this happens? Whoa, like Sans Undertale is actually crazy powerful? That's insane. I'm just sitting there like, I like this game because it's funny, and I like the writing is good. But yeah, the award I gave this is basically making me remember why I'm not part of the Undertale fan base. Because yeah, I'm looking forward to Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. I will probably stream them when they come out. But I don't interact with the community that much, just because I'm not like that much of a fan of the series where I need a self-insert and I need the roleplay to go out the way I need it to go. Like, I will play these games and be happy about them, and that's it. But yeah, Delta Traveler is an interesting game though. I like that you go to like an Earthbound-esque world, like in the middle. There's a bunch of fun low references in there, but there's a far better Undertale fan game that I played this year, which I'll get to in a bit. One of the games I streamed during Spookytober. The first one, chat. Daymare, 1994 Sandcastle. Remember when I said this game was gonna be bad? And I ended up enjoying it somewhat? I liked the mechanic of being able to freeze zombies and like smashing them up. I thought that was kind of cool. It still runs into a lot of the issues that Daymare 1998 had, but it's a far superior game in every other way. The dialogue isn't that, the voice acting isn't that bad. The dialogue is still hilarious in spots, but a lot less egregious this time. Puzzles are alright. There's not really that many puzzles in this game, but yeah, the combat is very basic. You have a few enemy varieties, but for the most part, it's freeze enemy, shoot them until they're dead. Like, the electric boogaloo creatures were not that scary, so I just kind of sat there and went, it's fine. It's a fine video game. It does, however, win the award for having a post-credits gameplay. If you remember that stream where we had a credits, and then we had a post-credit scene, and then we had more gameplay, and I was just sitting there like, what are you talking about? Why are we doing this? You can't have credits, a post-credit scene, and then gameplay. I was kind of fucked up. I was at the end. I was trying to get out of there so I can go get my Chinese takeaway. Also, hold on, why does it say TV platformer up here? I just realised that. Hold on, I shouldn't say 2D platformer, I should say horror game. There you go. Hot op. Hot op. No, it's meant to say horror. Hold on. Demo was good, but it played a little close to the Mario formula for my liking. Yeah, it didn't have as many Wonder Seeds as Mario Wonder did, unfortunately. There was a part in the game I really liked. I liked the part where you went to that underground city. Oh, and I remember seeing that in a teaser image, and I was like, wait, But we're going to an underground bunker. When do we go to a city? And no, it's like an underground like base. I thought that was really fun. Like the concept of like an underground military base where you have to take your family and having to explore that place in a Resident Evil-esque fashion. It's not a bad idea. Thumbs up in terms of execution. Gestalt. Steam. Why is this got... Why did they play like a cinematic like stock sound effect there? I heard that. I've heard that before in other games and like horror games. Gestalt Steam and Cinder is a Metroidvania I played this year. Which wins the award for most complicated narrative, for again I didn't need one. This falls into the park of a game that doesn't shut up in terms of the writing. There is just cutscenes that never end between the gameplay, which I think is actually quite good. It has that like classic pixel art style that Momodora has, which I love. But unfortunately it is bogged down by a story that, while it isn't bad, it does ruin the pacing. There's so many cutscenes where you're just standing there listening to the character speaking back and forth with their static profile pictures, and I'm sitting there just being like, this is fine, but can we move on a little bit? Progression-wise, nothing too crazy in this game. I just like how it looked and played. Very nice look to look at, but overall gameplay was a bit, was fine for Metroidvania. Again, dialogue a little bit all over the place. So this year, I played a very old game. Well, not a very old game. 12-year-old game now. I played Dragon's Dogma. This was after hearing its reputation and Dragon's Dogma 2 releasing this year. I was like, I'll finally play this game that I have checked out before but not completed. And I think it's good. I think it's a good open world fantasy game with a bunch of interesting ideas in terms of interactions. The whole pawn system and how you basically create these characters to follow you on adventures, very Dragon Quest-esque actually in that regard. It's neat. I like how you can fall in love with anyone in this. The narrative is not great. But the whole, like, I love how bosses feel like hunts and raids. Like, you take a boss down, they run away, and you have to go chase them off somewhere else. It's really cool. The final boss is also kind of great as well. I love how... No, it's not... I guess it isn't the final boss, right? Yeah, the ending to this game is really strange, but I do need to talk about it for my review. The ending to this game is you go and confront the dragon, and you spend about... I think I spent 45 minutes fighting that boss. That was a very long boss fight. Very well done, mind you. Very cinematic, and again, it went across multiple locations, which I love. You kill them, and then you get sent to the world again, and you jump down this bottomless hole for the next couple of hours. The game doesn't end where it should. It just continues, and I'm sitting there like, I've already signed off, game. Why have you thrown me into more stuff? And the stuff they throw you into is very difficult. And I'm just sitting there like, but I killed the dragon. I beat you. Now I gotta do this. And then you fight a boss in like this void who's very easy. And that's it. You're done. Strange decision making. But in terms of fantasy RPGs, it's very unique in that regard. And I like the overarching story anyway. And how it kind of loops back around. Very Dark Souls-esque in that regard. Did I do a Dragon's Dogma Quick Harvest? I don't think I did. Let me just check if I actually recorded any of this game. Maybe. I don't remember recording any of this game. No, I didn't. There shouldn't be a YouTube symbol there. Get out of a YouTube symbol. Oh, that's not going to work. In black. Right. Moving on. Paper Trail. So, I played Paper Trail, I think, in June or May time, because I heard it was a puzzle game. And it's very unique in that regard. It kind of reminds me of the Plucky Squire in the way where it's page-based. But it's different in the regard of how the puzzles work. In this, you're folding the pages to reach new obstacles, chests, and that sort of thing. But I didn't get that far because the puzzles were a little bit irritating and difficult. But overall, I like the idea of this game. Basically, you're spending the time trying to flip pages, get the chests. Overall, kind of a cool idea for a small indie puzzle game. I think I like it more than Plucky Squire just because it actually evolves its mechanics across the experience and tells the story through the paper, like folding. It has an idea, it expands on that idea and like changes it completely. One of the things I don't love about some indie like puzzle games, like Viewfinder comes to mind in that regard, is that they just kind of stagger in terms of like constantly like innovating on themselves. Viewfinder reaches a point where it's happy and then doesn't go beyond that point really in terms of puzzle design. Which is sad because towards the end of that game they generally get into a place of it being entertaining again, but they just kind of stop at a certain point. Right. But yeah, the award for hardest puzzle game, because I ended up stopping because the game was difficult and I had other things at the time to play. 51st, Visions of Mana. Sounds like a game I played called Fold Apart. That's the place where you have to fold pages to solve puzzles to create platforms. I think, if I'm not mistaken, then that game probably like stole his idea. It should have patented that idea and then did what Nintendo did to Power World. We're sorry, but you cannot make a folding paper game because Nintendo already made one. Right, so I did a full playthrough of Visions of Mana this year. I'm surprised I did, to be honest, considering it's the most mediocre but enjoyable RPG I played, which kind of aligns with the Mana series and overall, in my opinion. Now, obviously, Trials of Mana came out before, and I thought going into this that the Visions of Mana team made Trials of Mana remake, but they didn't. This is a different team, and you can really tell because this game is gorgeous. If there's anything I can praise about this game, it's how it looks. Oh, Paper Mario music. There are shots in this game that I want as wallpapers. The vision tree itself. The characters in this game aren't bad. Again, like I think that the overall story is mediocre, but I don't mind the characters and the whole idea of the story and the sacrifice of the arms. I just think it kind of falls into the Mana ballpark of being a little bit forgettable. Which again, is not bad because the Mana series is not necessarily the most story in depth. Doesn't need to be. And I think the characters get enough screen time, but there are cutscenes in this game, especially towards the latter half, where I was sitting there going, okay, this is a cool game, but I'm done. I don't want this anymore. But you can see my full playthrough of Visions of Mana on YouTube, because I played that entire thing. I was crazy. I was a mad lad. I don't know why I played the entire thing, but I did. I thought for a second that I didn't record the post-game when I was looking at my playthrough just now. But no, I did. It's just after I finished the story, I think. Yeah, the post-game isn't very long. It's about an hour. Unlike Trials of Mana, where the post-game was like a couple of hours long. Again, beautiful game. The way they use lighting in a 3D environment is really impressive. If this was made by the same people who made Trials of Mana, it is a massive improvement over what they did there. So, yeah. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time with this. I thought it was alright. It's crazy to have like a new Mana game after we haven't had one in like 20 years. So fair play to them for doing this. It sucks what happened to this company. And we might not get another Mana game for a couple of years now because the company fell apart. But I had a fine time with it. Right, you could say I had an
Incredible
time with it. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Barrett. Cavern of Dreams wins the award for Nintendo 64 art style. So, another game you might not have heard of, but it actually came out last year, and I was planning on playing this last year, but instead I think I played Signalis, and I think I made the right choice, because Signalis was great. But Cavern of Dreams is basically N64 collectathon fun. The game itself is not very simple in that regard. You spend most of the time hunting collectibles in big open world areas, and then you head to your next one afterwards. It's just that. The movement is fun, fluid. Kind of reminds me of Suda Regalio in that regard and how fluid the movement is, but it's not Metroidvania. I mean, it kind of is, because you do get movement abilities that allow you to go to previous areas. It's still very level-based, though, I feel. In terms of indie devs making the collectathon game, I would say they didn't do a bad job of this. And I like the style, I like the little dragon. I like the fact that if you hit the person who hangs out in your house, they get angry at you. As they tend to. Oh? I got a notification from Final Fantasy 14. What does it say? I really love Suda Regala. I really hate that I was short, but I also would have been happy playing a game double that length. Yeah, I mean, the devs might be working on a new game. We'll see. So, oh, nice. Look at that. Look at that rating, chat. That's a nice rating. Still Wakes the Deep. I referenced this during the Game Show of the Year VOT quiz that we did. Award for Best Voice Acting in Otherwise by the Numbers Horror Game. A very specific award, but one that is worth noting. The voice acting in this game is surprisingly good. This is made by the same people who made Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs. A game that I enjoyed quite a lot. Despite its issues and spots, I didn't think it was a bad game. And then these devs made this. Chinese made this game. I like the idea of an oil rig horror game, especially with how intricately designed it is. Like, one of the things I heard about praising this game is basically how you watch the oil rig slowly fall apart across the game, and you can see in real time as it kind of crumbles and becomes more destroyed as you go along. The monster as well, I don't necessarily mind. I think it's kind of interesting, like this whole almost coral reef-esque monster. But at the end, it is this kind of a giant meat creature. It's not that different to anything we've seen before. I think what kind of brings this game up is the voice acting and the story that is told between some of these characters. They make you care about the characters and you feel bad when they die. Very much like The Thing, but on an oil rig. Oh, imagine that though, like The Thing on an oil rig. New Thing movie idea just in. The gameplay is not really that interesting. It's just walking across obstacles for the most part. Like, you're sidling along. It's your classic, like, horror, climb ladders, sidle, do small jumps, an occasional puzzle. Although not that many puzzles really in this game. You're mainly just hiding from big creatures trying to kill you. And now we get to move on to Great. I'm going to go pop to the toilet, and then we're going to do some more Guess the Game, I think. I love watching my model go crazy. You know what one of the sad things is, by the way, chat, about the Persona 5 series? Is we're going to say goodbye to my VTuber for a little bit. I'll still be using my VTuber in recordings, obviously, but during Persona, because it's got a unique P and KeyTuber, we're gonna have to say goodbye to our boy who glitches out. What are you doing right now? What's happening? What's going on? There we go, we're fine. Right. I return with chocolate coins, as you can hear. Lawn's Law. So this is a delightful little climbing game that I loved having on in the background while I was watching like a movie or a TV show. It's a great game just to mess around with while you're watching something else, and I think it kind of works quite well there. Basically, what Lawn's Law is you're climbing, well, not always climbing, but you're going down this giant superstructure of like this dystopian, almost like Matrix-esque tunnel system. And you really feel the sense of progression and atmosphere as you go along. I think that this game, despite the graphics being fairly simple, is really atmospheric. Highly recommend it to people who haven't played it before. If you want like an immersive climbing game, which has very good climbing controls, and you can kind of decide the route you go for the most part when you're going to the objective. It's fun. What is this music? It is Final Fantasy XII. It sounds like Final Fantasy XII. As you can see, we are now in green, chat. The final tier. So, I mentioned earlier that there was an Undertale fan game that I enjoyed more. And that was TS Underswap. Now, I think it's unfair to put this game so highly compared to Delta Traveler. Well, actually no, it's not, because I was going to say, this game isn't finished yet. They're still working on TS Underswap. Or no, it's called TS Underswap. It's not called Sunderswap. Look, there's an exclamation mark in between it. I just realized that. Oh god! Well, anyway, Underswap is a game where it's like basically a what if scenario for Undertale. I didn't realize that until now, and I'm like dying right now. You killed me, Maelstrom. Look at me. Look what you've done to my VTuber model. I'm dying. It's on its last legs. This game looks great. Like, in terms of Undertale fan games, it looks as high quality as Undertale Yellow, which is also really good. So, yeah, I'd highly recommend it if you want to play an Undertale fan game that is in the same realm as Undertale Yellow. It's not finished yet, as I mentioned earlier. So we'll see how it goes in terms of development. Right, moving on. I'm speeding up a little bit now because I realized how many games this is had to get through. Biogun! Biogun, as the award says, is most biology puns. We might be like, Flower, you do biology. That must make you very happy. It does. But I also think that you gotta kind of build a game around that mechanic. And it can't just be biology puns. Luckily, this game is not just biology puns. There's more to it than that. It kind of reminds me a lot of like a Contra-esque 2D platformer, but with much of many elements, obviously. You're exploring different parts of a dog's body as you're trying to get rid of an infection. And there's many biology puns in there as you go along. You fight a boss in the colon, of course you do. But yeah, I enjoyed my time with it. It's very well made. I would say they put a lot of time into the graphics and creating a complete experience. However, I will say the overall package, while fun, there isn't enough there gameplay and atmosphere-wise for me to really sink my teeth into it. The maps are massive, and I think towards the end it kind of falls off a little bit. Like the part in the game where it's like, you can go to these 2 other locations, and then you can go to the final boss after that. There's a neat twist at the end, which doesn't really go anywhere. and that's it for the most part of Biogun. It's a game that, you know, is made by indie team, and I'm quite curious to see what they do next after this, because again, the art style isn't bad. You play as a Pigu, the mobile would like that. Play as a Pigu antibody. I don't know what the reference is with that. I guess it's because we're an animal as well, and animals have different genetics. But you'd think because we're in a dog, they would have dog genetics, and not just... What's going on? Oh god. Help me! What's happening to you, VTuber? Can you calm your shit? Yeah, it just kind of makes me realize what I kind of look for in a Metroidvania, which is a good atmosphere and constantly innovative mechanics. Like, we're not always doing the same thing, and no area overstays its welcome. Once you're done, you're done. And I think while the shooting mechanic is good in this, it does overstay its welcome a little bit too much. Final Fantasy 20th Anniversary, a game that some people are going to be surprised by how high it was. I'm surprised by how high it is. I didn't think the first Final Fantasy game would be that great. I thought I'd be like, oh, look how cute it is for how old it is. It's adorable. No, I think this is a great game. I mean, it's the game that saved Square back when it came out. With Squaresoft, when they made this game, they called it Final Fantasy because they thought it was going to be their last RPG. People have heard that story to death, I'm sure, but it's worth noting of that was what this game was. So when I went into the 20th anniversary version, mind you, the 20th anniversary version, not the original. I checked out the original for about 10 minutes and I hated doing that. The remake was really well done, I would say. I think that overall exploration was well done. It reminded me, you know, a lot of the traditional ideas that would appear in the later Final Fantasies, like the boat sequences, flying around in an airship. But there was that, like, adventure that I found in Dragon Quest III this year as well. Going to go meet Bahamut. I think for me, the reason why it is so high is a bit of nostalgia for the series. Like, seeing where all these things came from, like, getting to see Bahamut for the first time, getting to see, like, I guess some of the, we saw Titan in this game, Chaos, getting to kill Chaos is great. I was surprised that this game had time travel elements in it. Like, Garland being in a time loop and being Chaos, and going back in time to go and fight us in the present. That was kind of nuts, but also kind of cool at the same time. There's a bunch of great ideas in here, in terms of it being the first Final Fantasy game. And I've gotten attached to my main 4 characters. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that some of them returned in Dragon Quest III, but like Arid, Ruby, Gung-Ho, Gerard, they're all, like, some of my favourite characters now, just because of the lore I gave them during the playthrough. Like, it was a very unique experience because there wasn't that much story to keep me invested. So for the most part, I was having to maintain the investment in what the characters were doing. And in that regard, I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed, like, giving the characters little narratives and how they went along, and I ended up getting really invested in them because of it. I want to see what happened to Arid after this game. I want to see if him and Ruby would get together. I needed to know that, chat. Did we ever get the answer to that? Probably not. But, yeah. It's a game that's simple, but also works in its simplicity. You made your own soap opera in your head. I did. And because of that, the game was better. That's how that works. I enjoyed the game because my head enjoyed the game. Moving on to a Metroidvania that I think really succeeds in the idea is the more simple the better. There's a great execution of a simple idea here. I think people may have heard of this Metroidvania before. It's a 2.5D Metroidvania in the same style as Legend of Zelda. And it has a lot of bullet hell elements of its combat. But you play as a cat in the afterlife, and you use a giant broom to kill things because you're the janitor. You've been tasked with cleaning up hell. and you meet a bunch of adorable characters across the way. And again, the simplicity here works to its advantage. It reminds me a lot of Death's Door, in how the story isn't necessarily too complicated, but you can just enjoy the narrative as it folds out. In fact, the art style is very similar to Death's Door in that regard. And yeah, I ended up really enjoying the characters and just like getting their little flashbacks, feeling bad for how they died, and how we might be able to make them feel better. I thought this was a Super Mario RPG music. What's going on right now? I'm dying again. Ah! What's going on? Ah! Help me, please. Oh my god. Right, I'm gonna go a big piece of beef. I'm gonna eat it. But yeah, thumbs up to Chris Custodian. I think we're at the point now where I can actually recommend the games. So if you want game recommendations, from this point on, get your list out. We've got 44 games to get through. Okay, you're going to keep being a problem, VTuber model. Cause I need you to stop doing this right now. Whoa! What's going on? It knows I'm going to get rid of it. Well, not get rid of it. It knows it's going to disappear for the streams after tonight and it's going crazy. Dun, 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 dun. What? What's this song? This is a Wii Shop channel music. So we talked about Animal Well earlier. After this we'll do some guess the game. I just realised I was going to do that before, but we'll do it after this. Animal Well, I think is a great Metroidvania. In the respect that it has a really cool idea for its narrative. Nintendo Land? It's Super Mario Bros. Super Smash Bros. Sorry, Super Smash Bros. For 3DS and Wii U. Animal Well is, you know, it tells the story purely through the environment. So it wins the award for me for best background storytelling. I think there's a lot of praise we can give Animal Well in terms of how it does its narrative. The puzzles are really unique. How you can only really have a first playthrough for the most part. After that, you don't really need to come back to the game because you know all the secrets and how to explore. The fact that there are like multiple layers of puzzles, and there are layers of puzzles that I'm never going to see because of how complicated they are. Like, if you go onto their Discord, they have, like, multiple layers, and they have people there to help you get through the puzzles, which I find kind of cool, but I'm not, like, into Animal Well enough to be invested in that. And I think that kind of comes down to it being a double-edged sword in the regard where, while the story is simple, I don't feel the investment to keep going after I get to the end point. And while that would be fun, I think the thing about Tunic that I think worked in that game's favour a little bit more is there was a bit of a narrative going on. The lack of narrative in Animal Well, like kind of like Scorn comes to mind in that regard, it does hold it back a bit in me wanting to do this stuff. Like, if for me, a good story is the investment I need to continue playing. If it's not there, then the gameplay is all you have, and the gameplay is eventually going to get boring for me. So, yeah, I wasn't really too interested in banging my head against the wall, or like being like heavily guided to do stuff. The thing about games like Outer Wilds or like Tunic is, while they would require, they can use guides, for the most part you can work out everything. I don't like a game where you require like to know intricate knowledge of like .ogg and like audio waves. I don't need that in my life. Oh god, you're gonna calm. Ah! Where am I? Oh my god! You're right. No, I'm not alright. What's going on? The tracking is going crazy right now. I have no idea why it's doing this. Right. We're going to do some guess the game, chat. Oh, speaking of Animal Well. Second Life. Metroid Prime. Oh. Punch Sister. Populous. It's not Populous. Is it Angry Birds? Mobile. Oh god. Have you heard of Last War? I saw a video that Vinny did recently where Danny DeVito said the word skibbity, and I'm not okay with this. Leave that man alone, it's Clash of Clans. Mobile games. I couldn't think of a style of game that I would like to play less. And if you mentioned Balatro chat, I do want to point out that wasn't originally a mobile game. Oh. I know what this is. No, I don't. Is it Shrek? Oh, what are you doing in my swamp? Oh, no, I know what this game's called. Grounded. Is it Grounded? Yeah, it's Grounded. Ah! 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 Enough of that. Planescape. Diablo 1. Oh god. Baldur's Gate. Yes! Yes! Oh, trial and error! Oh, where have I gone? But... I was about to say, that better not be the fucking image. What is this then? This is an Assassin's Creed. Yeah, here's like a black splodge. Oh god, which one is it? It could be any of these fucks. Origins. No, it looks too recent for Origins. What's the one, the Mirage? There we go. The one that's not good. That came out recently. Okay, now you're taking the piss. What am I even looking at right now? It must be a well-known game because I've never seen something like this before. What do you think, chat? Okay. It's not Slitterhead, is it? This is a crazy looking game. Wait, is that a sniper game? I mean, look at this and work it out, I guess. I don't know what I'm looking at right now, really. Child of the Sun or something? Nice job, Maelstrom. I need to know what that was, actually. Hold on. Oh, cool. Call information. Children of the Sun. I like the art style. The art style isn't bad. On a deadly road trip into darkness, control the path of a single bullet and unleash a fury of vengeance on the sinister cult that ruined your life in this tactical puzzle shooter. So you play as a bullet? What's the point of a sniper rifle if you can just control the bullet? This is Chrono Trigger music. Oh no, it's not. It's from a game called Front Mission Gun Hazard. Wait, no, what? No! Stop. No, not Batham. Batham Arkham. Fuck. 52%. Oh, I don't know what this is. Nor do I really care. Oh, I know what it is. Damn, 56%? Get fucked over, Fallout 76. How are you meant to get that from this? I thought it was Batham Arkham. I have no idea what this is. It's a mosaic of semen. Last of Us. Oh. Well, we'll do one more chat. I'd rather play Batham Arkham than it's like a spoof game basically when it comes to Batman. Like instead of playing as the Caped Crusader, you play as like a chef, and you're the chef of Arkham, and you gotta like make the meals for all the supervillains who stay in there. Like you gotta make a crazy hamburger for the Joker, or like an ice cream for Mr. Freeze. WarioWare. It's Duck Hunt. It is WarioWare! Oh my god! But which one is it? Chat! Come on. Smooth moves. I don't know, I haven't played WarioWare before. I haven't played any of these games. Come on, chat. Put your WarioWare skills to the test. It's a GBA one. I don't know which one that is. Twisted. Oh god. Oh, not Mega Man. I put Mega because I saw Mega Micro. Oh, thank god. Nice. I'm gonna do one more. Oh, I know what this is. I realized what it was when I said PS5 exclusive. I want to play this at some point. I'm waiting for it to come to PC. I want to play Team Ninja's like Wolong open world game. Right, that's it for now, chat. Back to the ranking. We are going to speed up a little bit because we're not even like halfway through the games yet. God of War 3. Award for second best God of War game of the year. I like God of War 3. I enjoyed the puzzles. I enjoyed the gameplay and fighting the gods. Ripping their feet off. Ripping their heads off. All that viscera. It was, you know, it was like a roller coaster of violent proportions. But, like, whenever the game tried to get serious with, like, Pandora or tried to make us feel feel sad for Kratos, I just sat there and went, I just like pulled a toenail off a giant titan about an hour ago. I don't care. It doesn't have the same effect that God of War 4 has because of how slow paced God of War 4 is. So when they tried to actually put in a satisfying story towards the end, it wasn't satisfying. I don't mind Kratos ending himself at the end, but like it was more so just a roller coaster ride and like a popcorn fest. That's not a bad thing either. Like, you slowed down for a couple of the puzzles, that was fine. But for the most part, I was just there for the violence and the gore. I was a gore freak. I was like, yeah, keep tearing off Helios's head. Yes, kill her so no flowers will exist anymore. Wait a second. Yeah, I think it was a good God of War game, and you can tell that they were making God of War 4 while this game was being developed, considering it felt like they wanted to get this game out so that they could work on God of War 4, and fair enough, because God of War 4 is fucking excellent. Portal Evolution, another fan game that I played this year. Best fan game I played this year, in fact. So I can't really say that much about Portal Evolution because I think it's the first game I played this year. Basically, it's a massive undertaking in terms of it being a fan game for Portal. Has original voice acting, original cutscenes, basically an entire new map. If you wanted to play a Portal game that was, you know, kind of similar to Portal 2, but had its own story, this is it. This is basically Portal 2.5. I wouldn't say it reaches a level of quality that Valve games are at when it comes to their writing, but if you wanted to play a puzzle game set within the universe of Portal, Portal Revelation is the game Revolution it comes to. The puzzles are good, they increase in difficulty as they go along, and it has an ending. It's not bad. Highly recommend if you want to play this sort of thing. Voices of the Void I played because Tom played it. I saw Tom playing this and I was like, I need a piece of that pie. That looks like a lot of fun. I don't know what it was about it, but I think the itch of playing like a survival-esque game where you just chill out in a massive satellite bunker, listen to noises from the outer world, recalibrating satellites, running around, making sure that your center is well kept and tidy, and waiting for scary things to go down. Chat, I only had one anomaly occur during my time playing this, and it was very funny. I went to bed, and I woke up in a hamburger dimension. I had to pick up hamburgers to escape, and then when I escaped, it teleported me to the top of the map, and I fell to my death. So I lost all my progress, so that was cool. It was very funny though, because there was the hamburgers in a void, and I thought I was hungry. The way the game tells you that you're hungry, by the way, is very funny. Basically, you just start seeing hamburgers appearing around you. It's like, you're hungry, by the way, eat these hamburgers. And I was sitting there going, why can't I just eat the invisible hamburgers? I know they're hallucinations, but come on. But yeah, I like the idea of like a survival satellite game where you are constantly wary of the fact that something scary might happen. Even if there's no weird things or the sounds you hear, it's very, a very addictive sort of game where you'll want to hear more sounds, to hear more scary things, and get better equipment. I think when this game reaches its alpha, it'll be a lot more fun, so that's what I'm going to be waiting for. I'm going to be waiting for this game to reach its endpoint, basically. The devs are currently adding new content all the time, so I could go back now and get a whole new experience maybe, but yeah. It looked very involved. Yeah, you need to know what's going on. Oh, fuck! Oh, help me! Help! What's going on? No! Fuck! Oh! I'm like... What's happening? What's happening to me? I'm going to the Hamburg. I reset my VTuber. It's not having a good day, it isn't. Hey, you wanna calm down, maybe? Model? Come on. Right. Moving on, chat. Nocturnal, a game that I played very recently, in fact a couple of days ago. Nocturnal is weird because like this game's getting a sequel and I was sitting there like, why is this game already getting a sequel? This game came out 2 years ago and it's coming out next year. From what I heard from people, basically they were making 2 games simultaneously. They didn't want to stop working on this while they were doing their Metroidvania. So what they ended up doing is they basically made this smaller scale experience of this 2D platformer and then had their Metroidvania coming out a couple of years later when they had polished the systems a bit better. And yeah, this is what's going on right now, huh? Well, what is this? Am I being possessed by a demon? This has never happened before. Of course it would happen on stream where I'm focusing on other things. So I'm gonna look at... Okay, you know what the issue is? It's because I don't usually look at my OBS screen this much. I always look at the other screen, but because it's got the image on it, it's already there. How do I do this? I could put... I don't really want to move the screens because that's going to cause weird things to occur. Oh well. So yeah, Nocturnal is a game that basically it's a 2D platformer where you use fire to defeat shadow monsters. It's very simple in that regard, but I would argue that simplicity works to its favor. It's very atmospheric, very beautiful. This game is gorgeous to look at, and like it's about 2.5 hours long. You can't really go wrong with it. It's just a delightful little story, and the flame mechanic is fun, simple, and doesn't really go too far. I can't wait to see what Nocturnal 2 does with the Metroidvania element, so we'll see. Award for Light vs. Dark. There are so many indie games these days that have you wielding some manner of like fire or light fighting the darkness. Like Alan Wake comes to mind in that regard. Like why can't it be the darkness fighting the light? Like give the dark elves a chance to fight instead of the light elves from like God of War 4. This is good music. Fortune Street, Super Mario Bros. What? Momodora, Reverie Under the Moonlight. Speaking of great, short and sweet Metroidvanias, I told you I played a bunch of Metroidvanias this year, chat. This is when I started playing a bunch of my really old back catalogue that I wanted to get through. Momodora, Reverie Under the Moonlight is great. I really enjoyed my time with this, especially when it came to just how short and sweet the experience was. It's like a pocket Metroidvania. It's short, so if you want to like a small experience, you can have that with this. You fight the Babalia Medusa ghost, as you can see on the cover picture. I didn't realize that Momodora Reverie in the Moonlight was a prequel. It's the first game in the series, technically, in the continuity. And when I realized that playing Moonlit Farewell, I was like, oh, the character we play as, they named a village after her. In the first 3 Momodora games, anyway. So, yeah. I remember talking to you about this, Maelstrom. I was like, I can't wait to play that cutesy game Momodora Reverie Under the Moonlight. And then I found out it was, like, really dark and sad. I thought this game was cutesy and adorable, with, like, the anime Babalia lady. I was like, oh, this is a tongue-in-cheek game. No, it's very sad and kind of has, like, a gothic ambience to it. But yeah, it's 4x3, very small scale. I like the main character. I like the atmosphere. Overall, great game, great characters. I just realized the Medusa has a mouth neck. Why does she have a mouth neck, chat? Cryptmaster, a game I did not finish but played a bunch of. Speaking of like oozing style and substance, Cryptmaster is a game that had set off basically being a text-based adventure where you'd use words to continue the story. It's like a dungeon crawler basically esque game. I haven't played games like that before, but I do want to someday check out some of them maybe. And Cryptmancer was a great first experience into that. I liked how they used the words as like a puzzle, basically trying to work out what word was associated with each character to get new abilities. Because of that, you can reach a point where the game isn't very replayable. Grimrock is a really good one. The thing about Cryptmaster is, while I enjoyed my time with it... Wait. This sounds like bowling music. This sounds like that one bowling like meme where you see the person's face like transform between all the different faces. Doesn't it, chat? This sounds like that one like bowling like animation of like person getting a strike and then you watch like the person morph between 5 different bodies. I'm going crazy right now, I think. But Cryptmaster, yeah, I like the main gothic boy. He's fun. But I will say, similar to a game like Plucky Squire, it does go on a little bit too long. And its main mechanic is fun, but after you reach a certain point, it does just kind of fall apart, I think. Which is a shame, but I think the overall mechanic is so good that I don't mind it falling apart towards the end. I also barely played that card game that they had in it, unfortunately. Right. Penny's Big Breakaway. Speaking of games that overstayed their welcome, Penny's Big Breakaway is the Christian Whitehead Studios' next game after they were fired by Sega and went to go work on their own new game. Little did Sega know they'd make one of the best 3D platformers that came out this year. I really enjoyed my time with Penny's Big Breakaway. In a world where Astrobot came out, it's surprising to have a game stand toe-to-toe with it for the most part. The movement in this game is really good. I love the yo-yo mechanic and how you can get so many different types of movement from it. The music is great. T. Lopes, again, delivering a fantastic soundtrack as he tends to do. Again, it's very simple storytelling. I like the characters, I like the world. The main issue for me stems from the fact that this game goes on too long. Like, it has like 14 worlds in it. And I think after a certain point I was done. Like world 10 or 9. And it keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And the final boss is fine for the most part, but yeah, it's a game that overstays its welcome. For me, anyway. I always have this with games, to be fair, where I reach the end of them and I don't want any more. It's like I get to like the halfway point and I'm like, okay, this is fun, but I need something to keep me going. Luckily, God of War 4 had that in the form of the Blades of Chaos appearing, but this didn't. So yes, very nice looking game too. Kind of captures that like Dreamcast era Sonic Adventure. This song is so much like the bowling track, chat. Right, I'm gonna mute it and I want you guys to listen to the bowling meme song, and I want you guys to see this different. Right. So listen to it. And then listen to this. It's the same song! Have you never seen this video, Maelstrom? Hold on a second. I'll play it for you. So this is what happens if you get a strike in bowling. Like, you know when he went to like bowling alleys and he had that TV appear whenever you get a strike? This is them merged together. This feels like some kind of dream you would have. The guy becomes a paper note. And then he gets picked up by this guy who becomes a drink. And then the person drinks the drink. And then they become another person. Who has a doctor's outfit. And then they use a stethoscope and then they just merge and explode. And then it all falls on the ground and the guy cleans up afterwards. I'm glad this isn't the other bowling video. It's kind of crazy. Pretty sure that'd get you banned on Twitch, though. Let's avoid that other bowling video, then. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. One Night in the Neo Kobe City, Snatcher. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake is a game I loved until the final act. I think the final part of this game knocked this game down by like 6 points. So they kind of lull you into a false expectations of safety of this game. Because I went into it being like, oh, this isn't too bad. And several times in this game, the difficulty suddenly skyrockets in boss fights. The first boss, you fight like this demon and 2 voids, and he wrecks your shit in the pyramid. And then later on, you fight this troll who kills you in 2 hits with his giant club attack. And then at the end of the game, you fight a final boss who just spams AoE blizzard moves that kill you in 2 shots. And he does it 3 times in a row. There's no way to survive. I like a Dragon Quest game. I do like a good Dragon Quest game, but those parts in the game really pissed me off. Early Dragon Quest doesn't fuck around. I would argue that difficulty-wise, like, fine, but I also think that there's a thing called scaling, and you can't just have out of nowhere these really brutal boss fights without, like, an expectation of that's what you're getting into. Because the enemies were not that bad, and then like the mini bosses before them were not that bad. Only when you reach the bosses did they really become a challenge. That's what Japan wanted, unfortunately, yes. But I'm gonna give this game the award for best exploration because I realized something while playing this, that Dragon Quest isn't Final Fantasy, obviously, but I wanted to work out what the distinction was between this and Final Fantasy, and it ended up being the fact that it's more so about exploration, about adventure, about going to these locations with kind of one-off storylines, and just enjoying the experience of exploring the world. While Final Fantasy is more so about big climactic and cinematic boss fights and battles and story events, Dragon Quest is a lot slower and more focused on good exploration and combat. And I think, yeah, that's what I got from this. I loved exploring the world, getting all the secret locations, all the secret spots in the world map. I found it very humorous that there was a plot point that was repeated again about an hour later as the exact same plot point. To basically summarize a 25-year-old game, there's a point in the game where you encounter a queen who's disguised as a monster, and then about an hour later, you encounter a king who's disguised as a monster. Well, no, the other way around. They're a monster disguised as the king, and the monster disguised as the queen. Parasite Eve? Theme of the mitochondria? You can have a party full of funny men, 10 out of 10 game. You can have a team full of clowns. I had no clowns in my party, though, to be fair. I like how in that game you can build your own town. I didn't realize that building your own town the name would be based on the character you leave there. So because I created the character just for that one side mission, I didn't give them a fancy name, I just called them Merchant. So the town was called Merchantburg. If I had known that would be the name of the town, I would have given them a better name. But yeah, the name was Merchantburg. But worth noting, I might be returning to Dragon Quest at some point on recording, doing the post-game on the Karma system for 50 channel points. We're not doing Creator Casket today. If it gets redeemed today, I'll do it next week. We're going to be holding off on that today just to focus on the stream here. Merchantburg sounds like a town that would be in a Dragon Quest game. It does a little bit, to be fair. Alright, moving on. Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. I enjoyed this game enough to recommend it to a friend of mine. In Metroidvania. This has kind of an Akami-esque art style, as you can see from the box art. It's a very pretty looking game, with great lighting. It was a surprisingly ambitious game for how small scale it was. It came off the back of Nine Souls, which was already a great Metroidvania. So for this to come out and be pretty good as well, I was surprised by the quality of these two Metroidvanias. I'm going to give this the award for best hub area, mainly because the hub in this game is fucking amazing. 3 levels, really intricately designed different hubs of characters in it that are a lot of fun to talk to and learn their backstories about. Beautifully designed shop interiors, and just easy to navigate. It generally has the best hub I've seen in a Metroidvania like ever. Like more so than like Dirtmouth from Hollow Knight, or I guess the shop from Blasphemous, but they're not that memorable. While the shop here is very memorable. The city itself you go to is great. What's kind of holding back Bow for me is, again, just it's ambitious and it kind of stops there. It knows what it is and doesn't go too crazy, and I think some of the bosses are a little bit not good, but for the most part I enjoyed my time with this. I think it was a good Metroidvania. I don't really have anything else to say. I recommend it if you want to play. It's a fun time overall. You'd find I have less to talk about when a game is good than when a game is bad. Because I just want to say it's fun to do. It's a lot more movement focused than, say, Nine Souls. You're doing a lot more bouncing around and pogoing of objects. It's definitely taken inspiration from Hollow Knight in that regard. In fact, I think the three main inspirations were Hollow Knight, Akami, and something else, but I forgot what it was. But that's what the devs said. They got inspired by a couple of things. The devs are very nice, by the way. I've spoken to the devs on their Discord, and they seem like pretty cool people. So thumbs up to them. Angerfoot. I really enjoyed my time with this. It was I give it the award for best kicking game because I didn't know what else award to really give it. That's its main gimmick. You kick things. It's a very Devolver-esque like feature game, isn't it? Where it has one mechanic that does really well, and for the most part, that's its main focus. Angerfoot. This is a game where you kick things down. It's like Doom, but very small, intricately designed levels. A lot more than I thought there was going to be. And yeah, had a fun time with this game overall. I think it overstays its welcome a little bit towards the end, but overall, like, you just kick people, pick up weapons, shoot. I'm kind of sad you can actually shoot things, but you know, you can't use a kick foot all the time, can you? Ending that with saying that the challenge system in this game is very mean. You only find out the challenges after you beat the level, and after you beat the level, like, most of the challenges are usually beat the level under this amount of time, kill all the enemies without taking any damage, or kill multiple enemies all in one go, kill all the enemies in the level. Because of how many levels are in this game, I'm not really too invested in doing that, to be honest. But I would say that this game's Neon White, which I also enjoyed quite a lot. So, yeah. Castlevania Circle of the Moon. What a wonderful game. I hate how hated this game is. Like, this game gets so shitted on by the community of Castlevania. People call this the worst, like, Metroidvania Castlevania game. And I'm saying here, like, this is my first Thursday game of the next year? Oh my lord. Have a great time with that, Maelstrom. Because this is wonderful. It has, like, my favorite first level song in Awake, which is great. Oh. Origami King music! I'm going to do the GBA Castlevanias back to back. Nice. I mean, the biggest complaint I hear about Circle of the Moon is how difficult it is. I'm going to stand here and defend difficulty for once. I never do this. But I would say Circle of the Moon is difficult for all the right reasons. You are going to hate the boss fights in this. You're going to hate some of the levels. But it never feels unfair. Everything is easy. Everything has a way of dodging it. The zombie dragon is a great fight. Gemalek is also a great fight. I love Carmella. Overall, like, great boss designs, great fights overall. I know people complain about the final boss being absurdly difficult, but I didn't think it was that bad after you get all the cards you need. Like, the biggest complaint that I agree with for the most part is the drop rate of the cards. But if you just grind them and know where to go, it isn't that bad. If you use a guide, that is. Which I guess would be a complaint against the game, but like, you don't see people complaining about Ario's Sorrow and trying to get the monster souls in that game, do you? I'm just constantly sad about the fact that the Eager, or the main developer of these Castlevania games on the handheld consoles, has disowned this game basically. He's discarded it aside for all the other ones and said it isn't canonical to the story. My boy Nathan isn't a character in the games anymore. He's been thrown aside. That makes me sad. I'm trying to remember the quote. Doctor, what happened to the body of Christ? This game, the voice acting is crazy. I should have given this the award for the worst voice acting in a game I played this year. But like we talked about it when the game came out, like what were they thinking? Did they vet the game and make sure the voice acting was fine? Because it's not. Yeah, there's a theory out there that the game was made purposely to have bad voice acting, but I don't think you should ever like make a video game like this that doesn't have an actual dramatic story have bad voice acting in it, because it kind of holds the game back from being good and to be taken seriously. Good example of why sometimes it's okay not to have voices. Yeah, no, it could have been all just text and I would have been fine at that, but unfortunately there were voices in the game. But Flower, why didn't you just turn off the voice volume? 1, there's no option for that. 2, it's part of the game. I'm not going to turn off a feature of the game just to enjoy it more. I shouldn't need to do that. But yeah, Tormented Souls is a game that is really good. Like, combines Resident Evil and Silent Hill in a really interesting way. And it has probably the craziest puzzle I've seen in a Resident Evil Silent Hill game, where you go back in time. No, let me lay out the scenario for you, chat. There is a door, a biometric door, that requires your eyes to activate. But you can't activate them at the same time because they're at opposite ends of the room. So what our character does, like any sane person would do, is they go back in time, go find themselves in the bathtub, remove their eye from the past, go back to the future, and then stick their eye in front of the door of one of the passcodes, and then use their other eye to activate the door. That is why you only have one eye in that game, to solve this one stupid door. Like, that is a puzzle I can get behind of how crazy it is. And yeah, the final area in that game is great. I love the bunker and how creepy it is. I generally got a little scared in there, considering how claustrophobic it felt with those new monsters. I cannot wait to play Tormented Souls 2. Hopefully the voice acting is better in it, but we'll see. Now that is an amazing puzzle. It is, because like, they don't... there was a point in that where I was like, oh my god, we are doing this, aren't we? We're going back to the past to remove our eye. It was incredible. I haven't had a more fun time with a game like that. Yeah, the graphics are great too. Like pre-rendered backgrounds, very good. Reminded me a lot of Resident Evil in that regard. Born and Bred is a game I played at the beginning of this year, and it was actually a little bit lower in the rankings until I brought it up a bit, because I honestly think this game deserves the love it should get. Basically, we live in a world where Paper Mario is never going to be the same again. Nintendo have made it clear that they're going down the route of Origami King, where they want to make something a little different of each entry. And that's fine, I don't mind that. Like, Origami King was great. But I do miss that style that Thousand Year Door had, which is why Born and Bred is great. Look how adorable this game's poster is. Look how adorable these characters are. I really enjoyed my time with Born and Bred. Surprisingly, really great environmental design in terms of just exploring the world. Great characters. A very simple but fun story. And the combat was good. There's an element in the combat that I really like where you have a side character who basically opens up a Twitch live stream. So the whole game is live streamed, basically. You play as a hero for hire, and you are building up your fan base through the stream system. And they do it in a non-cringy way, don't worry. And you find out hints how to beat the enemies from the stream chat. They tell you how to do it. And I think that's great. Good job. Good job, Born and Bred. That's a wonderful idea. And yeah, this is an overall adorable little indie game, which, you know, pays respects to Paper Mario games that came out before it, like Bug Fables. There's a reference to Bug Fables in here, which I was like, oh, that's cute. Now, what if those two teams work together and make a really good Thousand Year Door game? I don't know, maybe. But yeah, I enjoyed this game a lot. There were a couple of parts that were a little broken, but for what it is, it's a good time. I think it's better than Bug Fables in some regards, but Bug Fables has a better story and characters, in my opinion, and better writing. Also, this game has so many bread puns in it, you're going to get sick of them quickly. But that's also part of the charm, I think. The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. Chat, let me tell you about Echoes of Wisdom. You can spawn beds and you can sleep. What a great idea. I wish I could sleep too in video games, and now I finally can. Born of Bread is what one would call... Not Born of Bread. Echoes of Wisdom is a game that one would call... You know, sandboxy. I will say, at this point, I'm kind of at a point in my life where I could do with less Breath of the Wild-esque games. I think we've saturated that genre now of these 3 Breath of the Wilds. I enjoyed sleeping mid-end boss fight like a real fuck you. Yeah, it was great. Well, the biggest fuck you to a boss was just you going to bed during the combat. I'm like, I don't care enough to fight you. Yeah, I'm kind of done with these sorts of Breath of the Wild-esque games. I like the big open stretches, but I also miss the more narrow and focused adventures that we had before. Like Link Between Worlds was great, and sad we're not going to get more games like that. But we'll see. They could do like an Oracle remake at some point as well. I have no idea what Greta's plan is next. It's nice to have Link to have a full game for herself, isn't it? The riffs were fun. I enjoyed Tri, very adorable little companion character. I liked how it was like an expanded Link to the Past. But my main complaint does stem from the fact that while I enjoy the overall gimmick, or mechanic I guess would be the adequate word here, of the game, it does get a little bit boring towards the end. Like, you just kind of get into a flow and know what kind of things you want to use. And as I mentioned when Mel played it, I'm not a big fan of the grid system. I think there's a lot of quality of life things this game is missing, like being able to make juices on the fly and using certain ingredients. Like making more than one would be nice. You know, if this game had a remake in like 20 years, would probably have like those systems like quality of life. Maybe that was the plan, like not make it too perfect. We can't have that. We need the other Zelda games to get the focus here. But yeah, I think the ending's a little bit underwhelming. I'm not a big fan of the fact that Zelda like gets sidelined in the final boss so that Link can do all the fighting. Like, you get some stuff to do, of course, but like, come on. Like, have Link be the damsel in distress for once. Have him be like locked up for the rest of the game. I want Zelda to fight with his abilities. Felt like we were a bystander in that fight. Yeah, you were like the person. It reminds me of Wind Waker, how your whole Zelda's whole role in Wind Waker final boss was directing the light arrows to hit Ganon. Rocket Knight Adventures is the song, apparently. It had 4 composers for this one song? That's too many composers. Mouthwashing. Chat, if you enjoy short indie horror experiences, Mouthwashing is where to go. I recorded the first hour of this in September, and I had a wonderful time with it. This game is getting a lot of limelight now. Many people are making animated shorts of it. The fandom has grown to big proportions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this becomes like the next Undertale in the next few years. The devs did a great job. I can't wait to see what they do next. The concept is very simple. I don't want to spoil any of it. But basically, this game entirely comes down to art direction and storytelling. Incredible storytelling. And how they use the medium of this like PS1 VHS-esque art design. It's wonderful. Mouthwashing is one of my favorite games I played this year, I would say, in terms of the indie scene, anyway. Again, don't want to spoil that much about it. I would highly suggest playing it yourself. It's only about 3 hours, so you'll get through it pretty quickly. Not the scariest of horror games, but it's also not a bad thing. It's much more focused on just being spooky and kind of based in real life shenanigans. I thought this game was going to be a lot more sci-fi orientated, but it ended up being more of a mental struggle in the end, and how people's mental health can affect themselves when they're stuck on a spaceship. So there you go. Mouthwashing. Castlevania revamped. I think this might be a little bit too high for this, but I also, again, like these placements are very, at this point, they're very like one could be higher than another on another day. But I described Castlevania revamped as my quickest turnaround in an indie game. To tell the story, basically, I picked this game up at early in the year, and I did a quick harvest of it, and I will admit, during a quick harvest, I didn't enjoy the game that much. I thought it was far too difficult, and I wasn't having a fun time with it. But the second I stopped doing a quick harvest, and I went back to that game the next day, I got it all done in one night, and it was great. Just sliding around, solving all the different stages, getting all the items, having an absolute blast of a time. It was such an enjoyable experience for how short it was that I kind of want more. I think that's why it's so high. It's really fun. I think that after the first hurdle of the first hour and how difficult that was, it was a lot more pleasant to play after that. If you haven't heard of this, it's basically a redone version of Castlevania 1 in a Metroidvania style. Like, what a great idea. I'd love to get something like this for like Castlevania 2 and 3. Or actually more so Castlevania 3, not Castlevania 2. You can leave that the hell alone. Castlevania 3, like getting the style would be kind of cool. So yeah, I had a good time with Revamped. I think actually the final boss was one of my favourite parts. Like usually the Dracula fights in the earlier Castlevania games are kind of boring because he just stands there, fires a row of fireballs at you and that's it. But in this final boss, just to give light spoilers, depending on the color of the fireball, it will be a different attack, and you have to work them out and be ready for it. End up being quite difficult, but fun final encounter in that game. Yeah, Castlevania Revamped. If you haven't heard of it or played it, I highly suggest it. And that's it. We're done. Oh my god, it's Castlevania Oreo of Sorrow. The last Castlevania game that I played this year. And obviously the best one. I kind of had that expectation going into this, but weirdly, when I started Oreo of Sorrow, I was standing on the hurdle and being like, is this better than Circle of the Moon? Circle of the Night? Wait, no, it's Circle of the Moon. Is this better than Circle? Because I kind of like Circle more right now, and this is not really going anywhere. And then you kind of reach the point in the game where the story starts to pick up a bit. They really focus on the characters and the whole gameplay element of picking up beast souls. It's very similar to Bloodstained, which is a game I also played this year. I think the point where I had a turnaround, actually, during my scattershot playthrough of this, was when I picked up an item called the Potato Pancake. And I was shocked for about 5 minutes that the item was called Potato Pancake. Like, what? This is a Castlevania game. Why have I picked up an item called Potato Pancake? And that's when I realized that this game is just a fun, fun house of crazy. And I kind of digged it. Bosses were difficult, but not too difficult outside of Death, who was a pain in the ass. Death was annoying, not because of the actual fight itself, but because of how far away from everything else it was. Like, if you wanted to leave and go grind, you had to go across the whole of the clock tower to get back. He was a very annoying encounter. But my biggest praise in this game, outside of Soma and his character development across this, is a certain encounter you have towards the end of the game, which I would argue is the best part in any Castlevania game I've ever played. I'm not kidding. Towards the end of the game, you've been encountering Julian Belmont across the whole experience. He doesn't know who he is at first, and then when you meet him at the end, you find out he's a Belmont. And in this twist of fate, Soma is the embodiment of Dracula. The character you're playing as is technically Dracula. So the game flips Castlevania on you. You're now Dracula fighting a Belmont. And the moves that they use here is incredible. Heart of Flame is such a good song, and I love it. I love Julian's theme. He's a Belmont who appears out of nowhere, doesn't get his own game. All he gets is a couple of scenes. I've gone because I'm enjoying talking about this so much. And then Julian becomes the biggest badass in the whole series with this awesome boss fight that occurs at the end of that game. And I was just sitting there like, this is the best game in the series. Like this is a GBA game, and I'm getting like goosebumps from this. What the fuck? Like everything was great in that fight. How the music picks up after he goes into phase 2, the background crumbling away as you continue the fight. Oh, what a wonderful encounter. Anyway, that's enough gushing about Aria of Sorrow and that ending. Honestly, Aria is made by that ending, I think. I wouldn't even say it's more memorable than Circle, because I remember the bosses in Circle a lot more. And, like, suffering in them. But I think that's the first game bias, isn't it? Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Another Metroidvania. No surprises there. I am sad that this dev team have unfortunately gone under, because Ubisoft don't know how to manage their mid-budget games anymore. It sucks, because like Ubisoft had a thing here with this game, and it's not bad, it just didn't sell very well because they barely advertised it. The Lost Crown is great. I haven't played any Prince of Persia games before this, so I have no bias towards the Prince of Persia series at all, and I had a good time with this. It's set in like this twisted time labyrinth. You have a bunch of characters around you who you know you're going to have to fight. The game doesn't like hide that at all, you know that for a fact. It's getting DLC I think soon, right? It's getting a whole DLC. I haven't played that yet. I might check it out at some point. Movement is great. The art style reminds me a lot of Metroid Dread. And there's a bunch of really memorable cinematics in this game as well. I don't think the story is too great, but again, everything here is fine. This is a pretty good time in terms of a Metroidvania. The boss fights are great. The encounters are wonderful. They're the best part of the game in my opinion. It does kind of sad to me to think that this is their attempt at a mid-budget game. Like, when was the last time Ubisoft made a mid-budget experience other than it being like a quadruple budget game, like of Skull and Bones, for example? Like, generally shocking to me, like, that this is their first time doing this in many years. But, of course, it fell on its face because, one, they didn't advertise it at all, and two, it just didn't sell very well, unfortunately. When was the last time Ubisoft made a game I give a shit about? You might give a shit about this game, Maelstrom. It's good. Highly recommend it if you want to play Metroidvania. I mean, it's higher than Aria of Sorrow. Not by a lot, though. Axiom Verge. Metroidvania. Yeah, this was going to have a bump up over, like, Castlevania because I'm a massive Metroid nerd. This is basically the best they've done in terms of getting my attention, and I will play it one day. Excellent. Axiom Verge, chat. I love a good Metroid, and this game has that in the cake. Like, this has all the ingredients needed to make a good Metroid. It's different though. It has its own twist on the mechanic. You start off inside of the alien planet. You don't know where you are. And you're helped by these giant creatures that you don't necessarily trust. And the game doesn't make you have to trust them either. It knows you're going to be wary about them. The story has a bunch of twists in it as well that I quite like. And overall, just exploring this alien planet, the atmosphere is gorgeous. great stuff overall with how they handled this game's like overall tone. Now, I have heard things about Axiom Verge 2. The main thing I have heard is it doesn't really hold a candle to this game. I'll be the judge of that when I play it, obviously. But I have issues with this game in some spots. Mainly, again, when it comes to Metroidvanias, you have to treat the player with a certain amount of respect when it comes to traversal. Axiom Verge has no shortcuts or fast travel. If you go somewhere, you better pack a picnic because you're going to be there for a while. So the best way to play Axiom Verge, in my humble opinion, is to use a guide. Because if you don't try and collect all the collectibles, because it's going to end up blowing up in your face. But that's Axiom Verge. Highly recommend it. It's a kind of a dark, spooky Metroidvania that has a great atmosphere about it. Oh, also, movement abilities are really unique. The only complaint I have about the movement abilities is that they don't really mesh well with combat. But in terms of them being unique to this series, they're really good. It's not like double jump or wall climb. You get very different things to that. You get like a wall phase where you can phase through a 1-block wall. Great stuff. Oh, my chocolate coins. No! They just fell off the table. Give me a sec, chat. I need to pick them up. Right, done. Mum. Clock Tower 3. I played this during Vault Extra Life. Well, I played it while I was watching Vault Extra Life. This was a massive surprise. I really enjoyed Clock Tower 3. I thought this game was bad. From everything I heard about when Maelstrom played it, and like all the word online is that this game isn't great. I thought this was a great time. It has a great idea for its like general structure. Oh, I never said it was bad. I just assumed that because of how shitty the dialogue was or the cutscenes were, that it was a bad experience. But this is such a fun game. Chat, if you want to play like an old school Resident Evil S experience and have an absolute blast in the story department, play Clock Tower 3. Because the mocap cutscenes are amazing. Like, they are crazy. That I need to... we're here, chat. We can do this during this episode. This episode is going to go on longer anyway. Let's get up the cutscene I'm talking about. About to say which one. You know what cutscene I'm going to bring up. So it starts off pretty normal. Like, you have Alyssa getting up out of bed. The mocap is fine for the most part. Very calm and composed.
Have I been dreaming?
And then, like, you hear this clattering on the window. And then the best character ever appears behind it.
What are you doing here?
Dennis Owen. Look at him, like, it goes on for so much longer than it needs to. They must have had an absolute blast doing the mocap for this.
Long time no see, Alyssa.
Like, why does he sit in the bed? We spent the whole game saying Dennis was Owen. Does look like Owen, to be fair.
I have to give you something.
And then right at the end, they show his last name is Dennis Owen. Oh my god!
What are you doing with it? You saw
It's just Owen. Owen. Crow Country. So I spoke about Crow Country during the quiz, And what I said there applies again. Like PS1, Final Fantasy VII, combined with Resident Evil is a great combo that hasn't been done before, and it really works here. I think the story is surprisingly good too. Like, some of the characters don't really get a whole lot to do, and it does kind of end out of nowhere. But what the overall experience of this game and how it goes, I think is pretty good. Puzzles are well done. Again, they use the PS1 art style really well. Some of the monster designs are crazy. What is this music? Oh, we got our 5-minute song coming up, chat. Yeah, some of the monster designs are kind of fucked up in this. And yeah, I'll give it the award for replicating a retro style perfectly. There's not really a whole lot of ways to say why this game is so good. I think it's because it captures the essence of so many other horror games so well. Like, the biggest comparison I can make to it outside of Resident Evil is the Silent Hill amusement parks. Like, the areas that occur in Silent Hill 3 and 1. It reminds me a lot of everything that occurs in Silent Hill 3's amusement park. Silent Hill Arcade. Yeah, so Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 1, I think it really captures those styles quite nicely. And the puzzles are a lot of fun too. They're not too complicated, not too crazy, and again, there's a cool twist at the ending that I wasn't expecting, and ended up really enjoying the story. Like, this is a pretty great Resident Evil game if you just want to play a shorter scale one. And again, the art style is impeccable. Like, really cool ideas for art. Thumbs up in my book. Thumbs up in Flower's book. Oh! I don't know why, but like, you can tell I enjoyed this game because the second 13.2 showed up. I got like, I had an immediate smile in my face. Final Fantasy 13.2 is great, chat. I bet everyone's going to be very happy of how high this is this year. I had an absolute blast playing this game. But I'm so glad you saw what I saw in this. I think, for me, what it was just how well handled it was. Despite, like, everything that 13 did. Everything that 13 threw out of the water. Like, 13 poured oil onto the water. And all 13.2 had to do was light that oil. But somehow it did not light the oil. And it somehow purified it instead. Like, this game, it does everything right for the most part. It's smaller in scale, lower budget, so what do? You have the main character be Sarah, and you have many fixed locations that you return to across different time periods, as opposed to 10.2 that just gave no shit whatsoever. When people compare this to... when people say, what is the best Final Fantasy sequel? I will adamantly say it is 13.2. Rebirth does not count. Rebirth is one story combined with remake. It's not fair to call that a sequel. It's not. So many people vote this off as well. I don't like 13, so nope. And it's crazy because this game fixes 13 as well. Like, it makes Hope good. It has Alyssa, who I think is a great character. Sarah and Noel are wonderful protagonists who have great chemistry. I like Mog as well a lot. Caius is brilliant. Like, I love him. This sexy Dragoon man has a very tragic backstory, and you kind of feel bad for him. Like, what he has to deal with, and this terrible world that surrounds him. Now, it is worth noting, I have not played Lightning Returns yet. And Lightning Returns might make this game fundamentally worse because, spoiler warning, this game ends with a cliffhanger. I didn't know that going into this, and I was blown away. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean Lightning Returns was a planned sequel? I thought this was going to be a one-off game. It makes Hope good. Wow, this must be an impressive game. It does. It makes Hope actually make mistakes and you feel bad for him. He's like just a goofy little guy. One thing I'm not a big fan of, but I don't really mind that much, is the fact that all the characters from the original game go to the future. So the entire world they were building towards at the end of 13 was, you know, kind of pointless because they just all jumped to the future anyway. I guess like they have nothing else to leave them in that world behind, but I don't know. Being tied to 13 kind of fucks it over. Yeah. This is a standalone game, like a time travel shenanigans storyline. I would love it. Like one of the big comparisons I see to this is Chrono Trigger, and I can understand that because it does remind me a lot of Chrono Trigger. Oh no! Killed a coin. No. Chrono Trigger, chat. Reminds me a lot of it. Right, moving on from 13-2, which is a great game. Oh, is that Jewel of Faramore? Are you telling me you enjoyed RZ Jewel of Faramore more than Aria of Sorrow? Yes. This, like, I'm a massive fan of the Zelda CDI games. They're guilty pleasures of mine, definitely. I don't think they're, like, great games at all. I think they're terrible games. But the cutscenes are hilarious, and I've always enjoyed them. So the idea of a dev team, or a dev anyway, making a spin-off, or like a mock CDI game in the style of those two is inspired. And they do a fantastic job of it. Like, RZ is generally the best like mock CDI game we could have asked for. RZ is a game I really want to enjoy, but I struggle with it. It's very simple in its gameplay. It's not doing anything crazy, but that's not necessarily the point because RZ is more so based in just being like a CDI-esque game, like with lots of cutscenes in it. The combat's not that hard or difficult. Maybe in the sequel we'll get a more difficult combat, but for the most part, RZ is a good time. I enjoy my time with it. Thumbs up. Very funny game. Very silly characters and a great world and some great boys in it too. I enjoyed the 1 minute cutscene of the Minotaur making the sword, and there's no cuts in it whatsoever. They knew exactly what they were doing when they made him make those grunting noises. And I enjoyed the fact that Vinny Vinesauce played a frog in it. Just gonna say it there. Fine dining. So, adrift that, alongside RZ, in terms of like fan recreations of a particular era of games, we also have Gravity Circuit, which I don't think many people may have heard of. It came out this year. This is the best Mega Man X game I have ever played. More so than Mega Man X itself. Like, the story is not doing anything crazy, but the graphics, the world itself, the grappling hook mechanics, I actually really ended up enjoying my time with this. It's kind of amazing that we have this. When Capcom will make a new X game, we have a dev team who are willing to do the hard work and deliver on an X-Star video game. Now, I have heard this game is more in line of Zero, considering you use a melee weapon in it and not a range weapon. But you can use the grappling hook as a range weapon. So, I would say it's kind of a Mega Man X Zero adjacent in that regard. But yeah, look at the art style is great. You fight 8 different bosses. I felt bad for killing a couple of them, actually, which is usually the intention of the X series. You're meant to feel bad about killing them. But they kind of lost that in X5, where I just felt like, can you just die, please? Get out of here, Duff McWhalen. I hate your stage and I want to kill you. Surely you feel bad about killing me. No, because I was stuck on your missiles phase for like 20, like an actual hour. But yeah, I highly recommend this. It's the best X game I played. It's not made by Capcom, but it's a great fan game in that regard. All the talk about Mega Man, this stream makes me remember how bad Mighty No. 9 was the last game that the creator of Mega Man made. We're on to Fantastic Chat. We're going to go on a small break and do some Guess the Game. And then we're going to get into this. Is this Silent Hill Ascension? I backed my number 9 too. Oh. Sorry to hear that. No, it's a video game. It's a video game. I don't know what this is. Okay, I know what this is. Oh. What is this game? I thought it was a Silent Hill music at the first time. Oh. What? Probe Entertainment? I don't want any form of alien probe entertainment for me. Descent? That's a very good movie. Does that... We're gonna find out. It's called Forsaken. Well, there you go, I guess. I've never heard of this game before. Forsaken is a 3D first-person shooter game developed by Probe Entertainment and published by Acclaim Entertainment, released in 1998. The game presents a post-apocalyptic storyline where players assume the role of a mercenary exploring a vast, forsaken Earth rendered inhospitable by global warfare. Huh. Just someone made Descent. I knew that. I'd only played it briefly. He even says it in the last sentence. In the style of Descent. Oh, this is Undertale Yellow. Yeah, Yellow. Music. What is this? Dishonored? It has kind of Dishonored aesthetical. Oh, it's Dishonored 2. Yeah, you can tell because it's more open world too. Oh, no, not Dishonored. Dishonored. Like a this Dishonored game, like where you like scrub dishes and you have to hand it to someone else in a record time. That's the one I played with the fucking blood bugs in it. Yeah, that wasn't good, was it? Steamroll Dig. Oh! I didn't even know! I didn't even know I just guessed! Oh! Oh! I'm gonna be smug for the next 10 minutes. Oh, what's this? Witcher 3? That's not Witcher 3, it's 71%. What is this? What is this? Uh-oh. This is Skyrim? Elder Scrolls Online? Online. Yeah. I could tell because of the font. Is it Far Cry 2? Oh! Yes! I remember this game being pretty good. Like, it's got weird, like, psychological horror stuff in it. Is it Atomic Heart? No, it's not. Chat, what is that game series where you fly around on a hang glider and blow up big red explosives and you can like tether people together and zip them together? What is that series called? I forgot. It's left my mind. Not Just Cause. Well, let's give it a go and see if it's right. That's first person. You're right. Silly flower. Oh, wait, no, I know what this is, but I forgot what it's called. It's Battlefield. Yeah, it's Battlefield. Battlefield 5. Fuck. If you reverse the 242 around, you get 2024, chat. We'll do one more. What is this? Oh, wait. What's the Star Wars game that Rob played? On Super Show. It's not that. It's not. Oh god, it's Pokemon. Pokemon Tournament. Pokemon Arena. What's... No, I remember drawing Gale? Gale of Darkness. Oh, yes! Good job, Maelstrom. I'll do one more. Is that a frog? Who is this man? Chat? Any guesses? What the fuck is that? Okay, that's not a good sign. What? What is this? Twinson's Odyssey. Right, back to the list. Right, we're on to the fantastic column now, chat. Which, of course, is going to have Final Fantasy X-2 on it. Lost in Vivo. This is made by Kira, who is a great developer, who has found a style that they are happy with and are sticking by it. Lost in Vivo is such a great horror game in the way where I think Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion is good, but I think Lost in Vivo is generally scary. Because Kira does what, you know, what I called like, we were trying to outsmart each other across the game. I was trying to get into the head of Kira and her weird like horror sequences in here, like puzzles that can't be completed, parts where you just die and end up going back to the save point, or your save gets like corrupted, like whole sequences that never happen. Like I'm still like fucked up over that part in the game where we had that guy get woken up in the lab and he never tries to kill us. I didn't like that part at all. That generally freaked me out. Like the part where the Unity assets were like starting to get corrupted. Like this is a spooky game, chat. If you haven't played Lost in Vivo, I highly recommend it. The first 30 minutes of this game are some of the most tense I've been playing a horror game. Just walking around the sewers, just hearing noises, the graffiti boy like appearing out of nowhere spooked me out. We were there to save the good boy. The good boy scared me a number of times too, with their balks and running up to me and give me licks. It was very scary, chat. Bloodstained. Ritual of the Night. Very high up in the rankings. Considering I had a number of complaints of this game, I had a very good time with Bloodstained. This is like Ida's like big game after leaving Konami and working on his own stuff. I think Ritual of the Night is one of the best like Metroidvania, Castlevania-esque games, obviously. It gets the award for best first level song. Like this versus Awake from Circle of the Moon was the real competition here. But you can't beat Voyage of Promise. It's such a good track. I hum it so much. I love most of the music, to be fair. Now, one of the complaints I do have is the art style. I do miss the pixel art style. Apparently, the rumor that I heard why this game doesn't have pixel art is that the person who used to do Ida's pixel art for his previous games was not with his team this time, so they couldn't focus on doing that. Instead, it has 3D generated animations and cutscenes, and I will say the cutscenes feel a little bit janky in spots. But then again, like, I don't really mind too much. I don't mind how janky it is. Probably a hell of a lot easier to make this. Yeah, and that's also a good point. The engine has given a lot more freedom because of this art style. Like, they could do a bunch of really cool stuff, like flipping the gravity for one of the mechanics. Going to Gargoyle's like domain, which is basically what's called Behemoth's domain. Behemoth's domain, which is this giant version of the garden area where you fight massive versions of the enemies. I love that. There were so many areas in this game I didn't love, like the sand area or the ice place. Like, I just hated them for the most part. Boss fights were good, but overall was just like, I think it's more so about the journey rather than the destination for this experience. And yeah, I had a great time overall with this. I can't wait to see what they do next. I want to play Curse of the Moon, both of those games at some point. I am aware of how hard they are, so if there's an easy mode, I'll play it. What's this music? Rabby Rabby, No Remorse. I found out that Voyage of Promise did not come from this game. It came from Circle of the Moon. Or Circle of the Moon. I'm gonna keep calling it out. Curse of the Moon. I don't think they're that hard. You wouldn't manage it. Okay. Shadow of the Erd Tree, Elden Ring. Look, it's 16th, chat. See? It's fine. The DLC is 16th. It's not any higher. I don't need pitchforks at my door. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree is best described as more Elden Ring. It's a great expansion upon this game. I don't think it's my favourite FromSoft DLC. I think that still goes to Old Hunters from Bloodborne. But... oh no, actually I think it's probably Ring City. I don't think it's Old Hunters. I think it's Ring City. It's massive, chat. It's such a big DLC, and it's so vertical too. Like, at first you think, okay, this isn't that big, and then you realise how vertical everything is, and it's like, okay, this is at least 30 hours in length. I'm so glad that I ended up turning this into a Scattershot playthrough. I mean, this is the game series that made me create the Scattershot, just so I can play games without fully recording them. And yeah, bunch of great boss fights in here. Mesmer, Bale the dragon. I think one of my favorite fights was the sunflower, the dark sunflower you fight. That constantly gets resurrected across that massive playfield. Weirdly, my least favorite part of this game was probably the final boss. I didn't like Champion Radahn. I think that fight is a little bit too difficult. And that I mentioned before in my story about that fight that the second half of that fight, the game was like lagging out so much whenever he did the bright beam attack. I don't usually have lag in this game. That's the thing. I didn't have lag during other boss fights. It was only in that one boss fight, so I don't know what was going on there. Like, how many polygons was that light attack? But yeah, great bosses. It has my least favorite area in the game in it. It has that temple forest area that you go to right before the final location. I found that place really confusing and obnoxious. I will say, this is just true of FromSoft games in general. Go on. Oh, wait. When I beat the final boss, damn, it was satisfying. I mean, that was the same for me, too. I think it's funny that the bosses in the DLC had figured out how to deal with my summoning bullshit. Because every single boss in the DLC had some kind of gap closer at the beginning. Like, you look at Radahn, the first move he does is, the second you summon, he starts spinning through the air and whacks you from like halfway across the arena. It's great, I love it. Devotion. Award for consistency and quality. The reason for that is Red Candle Games. Like, this game got banned on Steam because of controversy that I'm not going to speak about. I think this game is great. Having played Nine Souls first, I wanted to see Red Candle, their first bout into, or one of the first bouts into a proper game, like a horror game. And they knocked it out of the park, in my opinion. One of the things that I think really hold this game up over, say, Layers of Fear, is the emotional center of the story. This game isn't here to scare you. It's not here to be spooky and have, you know, people in bed sheets like jumping out and going boo. It's telling a story foremost and center. And the scary stuff happens around that story rather than the story happening around the scary stuff. And I think it works quite well in that regard because they tell the story in so many unique ways, like going through a bedtime like story, watching like the child slowly hate their parents through this like playground aesthetic. So many great ways of doing that. What we're doing, we are ranking all the games I played this year, Jeppo, as kind of like a retrospective of the year. We're almost done now. It's been going on for quite a long time, but we're getting close to the end. But yeah, I recommend Devotion, and then I recommend Nine Souls as well. Ad? Yeah, I don't know why people are getting ads at the beginning. That shouldn't happen, considering, well, I don't have pre-rolls. Thanks, Twitch. It's a mid-roll. Okay, I need to explain this one a little bit. Because this is a game that is very divisive among many people. And I'm gonna stand here in the corner and stamp my foot a little bit. This is what Silent Hill, in my opinion, should be in the modern century, in the modern, like, year. Like, 2024, if I was making a Silent Hill game, I would probably make it about social media as well. And the way this game handles it for how short it is, only not this Silent Hill game. Let me explain myself. I will explain myself, don't worry. I love how this game tells its narrative. You are constantly climbing this building, and then finding out about how this poor person basically became a toxic online presence because of jealousy. No, Silent Hill Arcade. No, it isn't. I like the monster. The Cherry Blossom monster is great. I think they call it the CB monster, which is not a good idea considering it sounds like CBT. But, you know, there's a chase sequence at the end I really love, where you got to use the phone to work out the right route to go. As the monster chases you, it's very brutal as well. It's not the easiest chase sequence in the world, but I'm glad the game goes there. One was with the final chase sequence. I loved it. I loved that final chase sequence. I loved how you had to use the phone to get through it, and the game was really punishing in a regard where if you get caught once, you're dead. And then the whole message at the end about not, you know, there's bad stuff happens to everyone, and it's kind of dealing with the influence of social media and how it can drain you like a battery. It's like, I feel like as a Silent Hill concept, it's not a bad one, and I want to see more of this, but no, we can't have that because Silent Hill needs to be Silent Hill 2. It can't be anything else outside of Silent Hill 2. No. Silent Hill can take many forms. Ah! Alright. Oh my god. Right, okay, let's move on. A game I played very recently and loved. So I'm a big Indiana Jones fan. I like the first 3 movies a lot, specifically Last Crusade and Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's a game where the audio desyncs. Yeah, it's a game where like Indiana Jones has like a sick hand that looks like, and like Flower got attacked by dogs and like audio crust. I did end up doing a quick cast of this after the fact, or like half a stream of this, to kind of show, yes, this game does work on my PC. It's just that software we used on my CPU. I heard it has a tomb. It does have a tomb. A tomb with puzzles in it. And you can go explore that tomb and find cool items in there. And if you die, you reset your progress and have to do it again. But yes, award for best game from under the floorboards, because it hasn't actually got Harrison Ford in it. I was wondering if Harrison Ford was going to get a cameo in this game, but I guess he didn't care. Fair enough. I wouldn't care too if I was involved in this game. Why would I? But no. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Great action adventure game. Machine Gun Games, or Machine Games, whatever they're called, they do a great job with story. They always have. They've always been great at story direction for their IPs, like New Order and New Colossus are great in that respect. And while this game kind of continues that for the most part, they have done their research on how to make an Indiana Jones game. I don't think this is quite the incredible story everyone is making it out to be. I think it's good. It has issues and spots, but for the most part, I think it's a good time. It's also one of Tony Todd's last games as well, he voiced in, so I think that's, nice to see at the very least. We got to see one of the last projects he worked on, and I think it's very suitable, considering how it ends with his character at the end of this game. I won't spoil it, but I like the ending for him. But Troy Baker, great, not imitation, but great Indiana Jones voice. I like Gina, the female protagonist, and I like the villain. Just an overall solid package and a fun tomb hunting game, which does have a bit of a pacing issue. Like, you spend a lot of your time in the free hub world rather than the more tightly packed Indiana Jones adventures. I think it could have done with maybe being a bit more tighter in the story department, but for the most part, fun time. I enjoyed it. Also, chat, I want to tell a story. I don't know what happened when I was playing this game, but I missed a boss fight. In the first part of this game where you go to Italy and the Vatican, I was going through a vault and there was meant to be a boss fight in there, and it never activated for me. So when a character appeared later and was meant to be rivals of us, I had no idea who the fuck they were. I didn't know this until the end of the game, where I was trying to find out information about another fight that happens later, and I was like, wait, there was a boss fight against him in the Vatican? Oh, wait, there was! So good. I don't know what happened there, but that's never happened to me before, where an entire sequence got cut out. Pepper Mario, the Thousand Year Door! Award for allowing you to swap OSTs. I don't have a whole lot to say about this, if you haven't said about the original game, but I did a quick hours of this, which was about 2.5 hours long. Basically, I wanted to record the entirety of my favorite chapter in that game, Chapter 4. And, yeah, I mean, it's still as good as it was when it came out back on the GameCube. I don't think this is like the gospel of RPGs, like a lot of other people do. I think it's great. I think the partners getting sidelined after their chapter is a bit annoying, but like, you have a lot of characters in this game, you can't actually make room for all of them, but yeah, I think it's one of the best Paper Mario RPGs for a reason. I mean, it is the best Paper Mario RPG, I would say, overall. Story is good, characters are likable, fighting is really good, music is great. The fact that the remake adds a battle track for each new chapter, like it remixes the battle track for each chapter, so for example, Chapter 3 has like a WrestleMania, like, tinge to it. Chapter 7 has like a snow theme to the battle theme. I think that's great, and I want more of that. It reminds me of what Origami King did with its battle theme, which constantly changed. I mean, Origami King's battle theme is my favorite one in the series, I would say, and how it constantly reinvents itself in the new locations is a lot of fun. Very atmospheric. But you can't go wrong with Paper Mario. I mean, you can. That's how Sticker Star happens. But you can't go wrong with Thousand Year Door. Or Origami King. Or 64. Or Super Paper Mario. It's only Color Splash and Sticker Star that are kind of the problems, in my opinion. Too many Toads. While in this game, there are hardly any Toads. Speaking of great Souls-likes, I like this more than Shadow of the Erdtree. Because, yeah, Shadow of the Erdtree in the day was a DLC, and it wasn't really anything too new we had after Elden Ring. While this was, like, the best indie Souls-like I've ever played, like, more so than Liza P, I would say. As a concept, the devs were basically like, what if you play as a hermit crab, and your entire combat is based around shields, and using your shell to have different properties and effects. It's a great concept, and the game has a weirdly dark tone. I should play this at some point. I would honestly recommend it. I think I like it more than Liza P. It's dark. It's again got some good ambience in it, and the whole underwater aesthetic is a lot of fun. Great characters, great boss fights. Just surprisingly great for an indie game. And I don't think it peters out towards the end. I think it just stays good throughout the entire thing. Honestly, the ending's a little sad, if anything. Hello? Oh, there I am. Is this the game of the year? It is. It's Astrobot. As you can see, I wouldn't necessarily call it my game of the year, but I could see why it is the game of the year for a lot of people. It's definitely the best video platformer to come out in a long time. Probably since my Odyssey, I would say. The main complaints you hear about Astrobot mainly stem from the fact that it is just a PlayStation-like sponsor machine where it shows all the PlayStation hits. It's like, oh, look at these cool games. Maybe you want to play them as well? Well, I'm going to sit here and say that, well, that's part of the game. That's not the part of the game where I derive my enjoyment from. I derive my enjoyment from the mechanics and the overall, like, just feel of the game itself. There's a mechanic in this game that I will not spoil, only appears in one level, and is the single coolest thing in this game. And it has a bunch of those across the entire experience. The music is great. Obviously, it's inspired by Mario Galaxy. I mean, how could you not be when you make something like this? But yeah, I enjoyed seeing the mascot characters. I enjoyed seeing God of Boy and God of War after, before playing God of War 4. It was kind of an interesting experience, but yeah, I would say this makes sense to be people's game of the year. It's not my favourite game, but it was a good game overall. Fun time overall. Big thumbs up. Right, chat, I'm going to go on a small break. And I'm going to go and basically go get a drink and toilet. I'm going to come back to do some guest the game, and then we're going to go finish off this roster of things. And then after that, we've got 2025 to get through. So I'll see you guys in a second. You get out of here, VTuber. You've been really annoying tonight. I'm back. Guess the game time, chat. We're gonna do one more round of this, I think. Maybe two, actually. We'll do the end of the ranking and then do a bit of this and then the 2025 games, I think. This Hades music? Oh, no, it's Binding of Isaac. I've got about an hour before Morbo's thing, so I'm gonna speed up a bit. I mean, we can probably finish in an hour, I would say. Oh, Minish Cap. Hello, Minish Cap. Not Mincer Cap. Morbo's thing. Yeah, Morbo's doing a movie thing. Oh, #1 Minish Cap supporter. Wow, look how squashed these visuals are. Secret Club bullshit, yeah. To be fair, I haven't partaken of Secret Club that stuff that much because I've been busy, but that's what it basically is. Crow Country. Yes! Look at this. This is what I was talking about before. Look how scary this creature is. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ah. Yes. Of course. I know what this is. I know what this is. Wait, I do know what that is. What is that? I've seen that before. I know what this is! "20 minutes till dawn." Excuse me? 93% on Metacritic? What is this? These three images are entirely different to each other. Oh, is it Uncharted? Yeah. That's why it was 93%. I don't know what their next game is, chat. I don't know how I feel about it just because I don't know. It has kind of a mixed tone so far, but we'll see what Naughty Dog's cooking up. I don't know what this is, chat. We're getting like orc ass, like orc massage. What? What? Blood Ball, okay. I'm gonna go with chat suggestion. There you go. What? Oh, it's Diablo. For which one? What is this? 93% chat. RTS. XCOM? It probably is if it's 93%. No. What? 93% chat on Metacritic. 93%. StarCraft? I mean, it's Blizzard, so yeah. Oh! You could have given that to me, game, you fuck! What? Wait, no. Chat, is this Oregon Trail? Or Sid Meier's Pirates? Yes. Yes, I knew what we're talking about. Yes. Yes. It knows I've done many of these today, and it's like, do you want to do sponsor us? Yes, I do want to sponsor you. Well, it's it's a Gundam game of some kind. Is it? It's not Armored Core because 2018. Battletech. Okay. Who's this man? What is this game? Chat, there was a... Yeah, I don't think I know what this is. Yeah. Indica. I kind of want to play this, chat, because I've heard crazy things about this, and apparently it's pretty good. What? Is it Freedom Planet? Would that have been rated? Not Freedom Planet. Oh, I thought that was a game. Maple Story? I'll go with Maple Story. There you go. Right, one more chat and then we're going to call it there for Guess the Game. We'll do a couple more at the end of the stream. A Way Out? It doesn't look like A Way Out. But like heavily, like the graphics have been decreased. You can't do this, Guess the Game. You can't lower the graphics. Like that could be any fucking game. Anyway. We're going to speedrun through the last 9 games, chat. What I wanted the first one. Ender Lilies, Quiet as the Nights. Fun fact, chat. Tom told me that this game, the sequel was coming out in January, and I was like, no, it's not. And then I realized, oh shit, it is. I thought it was coming out in March, but no, it's coming out in January. So the next one after this, I'm going to be playing that because this is such a good Metroidvania, chat. It blew me away in terms of its quality. Atmosphere, the idea of the combat, like using summons, like the overall pacing of this game is great. The biggest complaint I have for Ender Lilies is the map. I think the map is severely lacking, and I hope the sequel fixes this. I also know the sequel has a much more 3D animated style, so we'll see how that goes. But I highly recommend it if you haven't played Ender Lilies. I had a great time with it. Kind of a very sad game that has multiple endings that you get in sequence. So, this is the best 2D survival game I played this year. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed Core Keeper when I played it back in September. I don't usually play 2D survival games, just because I think Terraria, like, fundamentally, I enjoyed Terraria so much I couldn't play others. We almost played this Vex Life instead of the whole game. Oh, you would love this. As I said before, it's like Terraria meets Minecraft. You are digging for a mine, you got lore with the core itself, bosses are good, crafting is good, everything in this game flows nicely. My only complaint with Core Keeper is just the pacing. The progression is a little bit too samey. While Terraria, like, changes it up every so often with the progression, this game keeps it mainly just, you be a boss, go to the next biome. You be a boss, go to the next biome. Kind of wish we had. I think Author V talked us out of it, saying Legolas had been playing it or something, like that made a difference. Or if Legolas been playing it, then that means that he must love it. I don't know. Wait, what? And at number 6, Ender Lilies. And now the best 3D survival game. Hey, Bardic Factor, I know you guys played this game. I fucking love the idea of this. Like Black Mesa meets survival. The forest. Like, or Half-Life 1, I guess, would be the adequate word to be used here. But like, imagine that. Like, you're in a research facility and you're surviving through the stuff that is left there. I think that is a fantastic idea. And the game has so many ideas to keep you invested with the portal. I don't think you guys got to the portals yet. Like, adding like these new unique environments to explore every once in a while just add to the overall flow of combat and just traversal. So much to craft, so much to do. You can shit your pants, you can pee on the ground. Great game overall. Bum flapping for the voice comms is fucking great. Yeah, no, it's just like, everything about this is wonderful, and I highly recommend it if you have not played this. I can't wait for this to go out early access. I think at this point I'm going to wait for it to go out of that to play it properly. So, yeah. And now, chat, we're in the best of the best. The best of the bestie, as it says behind me. Black Myth Wukong, another Game of the Year nominee. You'll find out there's a couple of these up here. Black Myth Wukong is basically everything you would want in a Souls-like. I think it's the highest rated Souls-like I played this year. I wouldn't put it in the indie column because it's quite a big Chinese studio who made this. But just finding out how they did it, and how apparently they had 7 more chapters planned, is crazy to me, considering how long this game already is. I can't wait to receive that in the form of DLC, I assume. Basically, they couldn't release those chapters because they didn't have the money to make them. But now that this game like sold like mad, like think about how many people left a review for this game and how much people paid for this. This game probably is like one of the best, if not the best-selling game of the year, I would assume. But yeah, I will stand by the fact that I think this is a great package. One of the ways I see people compare this to is like a boss rush of Journey of the West bosses, and yeah, I would say that. But there's also a complaint I heard that the in-between stuff wasn't that good, and I kind of disagree. I think the in-between stuff is fine. There's plenty of enemy variety. Each area has new enemies. There's a shocking amount of enemy variety. Like, every area has new enemies, new animations. Every boss has unique animations and interactions. It's crazy to me how much stuff is packed into this game. And it was made within, like, 4 years. What the fuck? Another game I haven't played yet, but should. Highly recommend. I think, again, I like it more than Liza P, so... I see that town at 5th place. Look, if Silent Hill 2 original didn't exist, this probably would be number 1. But because that game already had its shine, I don't feel too bad about putting this a little lower than some of the others. Silent Hill 2 Remake is Blooper's best game and a massive surprise. Playing this next Spoopy-tober, indeed. I think that Blooper... I was worried, because they don't make great games. And the last game I enjoyed from them was Layers of Fear 2, and that was alright. But they knocked it out of the park for this. I'm still shocked this game didn't win Best Audio Design at Game Awards, because I think it deserved it. The audio design of this game is fantastic. Every single room has some manner of different audio cue, or there's always an intention in all the rooms in this game. There's some issues I have with lighting. Some of the scenes are a little weirdly directed. I think the best comparison I had was how Pyramid Head was handled. I'm not a big fan of some Pyramid Head stuff. But overall, massive step up in terms of quality. I think it's a little bit too long at the end. Like, it's 18 hours long and you can feel it. But overall, had a good time with it overall, I think. But yeah, I'd highly recommend it. I can't wait to see what happens next. I'm looking forward... I can say I'm actually looking forward to a Bloober Team game now in the form of Kronos. So we'll see what that's about. Speaking of great games, this is this game that made me want to play Atlas games now. I would say also Persona 3 had a hand in that too, but Metaphor v Fantasio is a game I didn't plan on checking out until I watched Melson play Persona 3. This is great. I mean, like, you can't really reach more peak narrative writing. I think this is the best story this year I've played. Characters are great, really well fleshed out. There's no character I hate, like Junpei, for example, comes to mind. I love all the Prime members. They're all dorks and they're beautiful. Social links are well handled. I don't feel too stressed for time all the time in this game, or like time restraints of stuff. And again, just overall style and substance, the art direction, despite again being a bit simple in spots, like low polygon, low textures and spots, I think that the overall design, everything is really well done. I got 2 nitpicks. Number 1, music. It's not as good as Persona 5 or 3. I don't think it ever was going to be, considering he didn't work on this game, the composer for Persona 5. But it's alright. I think the music's fine. Complaint number 2. Enemy variety. There's like 16 different enemies in this game, and they all get reskinned like many times, which kind of sucks, considering like Persona 3 had a bunch of enemy variety. Oh, this shows you Mega now. Yeah, she didn't do Persona Metaphor, didn't she? I was told she didn't do it. Maybe I got bad information. Oh no! My chocolate fell on the floor again. Oh shit! It all went this time, chat. She's credited at least. She might do like a couple of songs, but end of the day, I don't think the music was as good as Persona 5 or Persona 3. Right, 3 more games, chat. I forgot what the third one is. 9 Souls, right. Fuck! I'm dying here. I'm trying to get the beekeeper to stop doing this. 9 Souls, chat. What a game. Best indie game this year, and best Metroidvania game this year. I would give this game the award for best narrative, but I think Metaphor does just beat it. Whips wildly in all directions, indeed. The characters in this game are really well fleshed out. The way they tell the story in this is fantastic. They go between manga pages to fully animated cutscenes to just in-game cutscenes. So many times. Beautiful art. There's a chance I might get to this game next year. We'll see. And yeah, look at your boy up here, covered in blood. I love him. I love Huyi. You're wonderful. This is definitely my indie game of the year. No competition in that regard. I think even like games like Animal Well don't hold a candle to this, which it's kind of sad that this game didn't get the recognition it deserved, because I think it would have like slayed at like Game Awards and stuff. I think it did win a lot of prizes at the Indie Game Awards, but I'm kind of sad it didn't get the recognition it needed. Kind of like in Stars in Time. But weirdly this year, my game of the year is not an indie game like in Stars in Time was. Right, second one, chat. What do you think it is? I don't think I know. Oh no, I do know! Because this is the last game I streamed this year, chat. God of War 2018. I mean, like, if you watched me play this game, there were multiple points where I was losing my mind with how good it was. What a masterpiece of a video game. Like, you know, like, the studio who made this has done great work in the past with God of War 3, 2 and 1, obviously. Santa Monica Studios have done a good job. But this is on another level. Best dynamic story. Best boy. Best dad. Best characters. Loved the combat. There were some of the ultra stuff was a little bit meandering, but in terms of overall enjoyment, I can't put this any lower, chat. I don't think I had a more favourite moment this year than when Kratos went back into his house and got the Blades of Chaos out of the floor. Like, I didn't realise I was a God of War fan until that point, and I was like, oh my god, that blew my mind. So my model. Ah! Save me! Oh! This is in Stars and Time music. Chat, it's in Stars in Time. I like summoned it out of existence. It knows I'm getting near the end of the list. Oh my god, right. Also, the music from Stars in Time is fucking great. There's not really a whole lot else I can say about God of War 2018. I love it. And now, moving on to my favourite game of the year. I mean, it's obvious. It hasn't shown up at all. And why hasn't it? Because, of course, it is Final Fantasy X-2. The best game ever. No, it's Final Fantasy Rebirth. I mean, like, I don't think I ever stopped enjoying this. It's crazy to me that this game is 100 hours long and there was no point in this. Yeah, I'll play that too.
Incredible. Incredible.
That's what they should have played during the accolades. That's the only thing they should have played, is Barrett saying incredible. I mean, like, there are issues with this game. Like, the continuity with Zack is not great. And while I like the ending, I do think the original ending, the original Aerith cutscene is better. Just in terms of making me feel sad. I like what they did, but I also think they sacrificed some of that, like, OG, like, sadness just to kind of make it more, oh, what's gonna happen? We didn't do what you thought was going to happen. No, of course you fucking didn't, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I enjoyed this game immensely. Yeah, I never stopped enjoying this game. Even when it was a bit weird, I just was down for the ride. Like Gungaga, Calm, Junon, Nibelheim, Cosmo Canyon. Everything was great. Great direction, great characters, great writing, fantastic music. This is the best OST in the entire series of Final Fantasy. Like, this game is just chock full of incredible music, and there's like 300 songs in the soundtrack. Oh. Yeah, I can't wait for part 3. I can't wait for the airship. Apparently we're going to get that a little sooner than we would think. Like, we're going to get that in 3 years, so 2027, end of 2027, I can't wait to play that. Get me in there. But that's it, chat. That's the ranking. That took almost 5 hours to get through, as I kind of thought it might. We're not done yet. We got a couple more. We got one more thing to do, chat, and that is coming up. What I'm going to be playing in 2025. Basically, everything that I'm going to be doing next year, at least plan to do next year, I'm going to talk about here. So before we do that, though, I do want to do some last guess the games. Let's get a few more. Let's get through a couple more of these, shall we? Oh. Carrion. Shit. Spelunky. No, no, no. I know these. I know this. Chat, I know this. It's not Terraria, is it? No. It's not Terraria. What is this? I've never seen this before. Tower 4 Ascension? Is it? Oh, it's an action game. I thought it was a Terraria. Is it made by V-Logic? And it's not. What is this? It has Terraria art style to it. Wow. Yeah, that does just like Terraria in spots. Nice. Actually, kind of like Jump King a little bit. Damn it. I mean, that's entirely different. And that's entirely different. I don't know, chat. It's an RTS. That's like my weak point. Wartails. Okay, good for you, Wartails. I'm happy for you. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's Monkey Ball. Well, it's Monkey Ball, obviously. Wow, you didn't even fucking hide it. Well, that was the laziest first image possible. You got bananas on the screen. And you got the end goal. You should have started this one. Wow. Space Invaders. Okay, we got through the big bunch of games now, I think. I mean, we still got massive parts we've missed. Command and Conquer. Yes, I am the smart. I definitely didn't look at chat for that. I know what Command and Conquer is. Command and Conquer 2. The Conquering. What do you mean there's no Command and Conquer 2? Red alert. Here we go. What? Oh, it's Buckshot Roulette. I couldn't tell from that image. That's a good first image though, I will say. But I got it from this one though. I guess you can't really hide that game very well. What? You're hiding too much. Oblivion? It came out in 2018, Maelstrom. No. Kingdom Come. It's some kind of racing game that looks like Oblivion. It also came out in 2018. Is that like a killer? Killer traffic cone? Metal Iron. I'm doing something so I didn't see the date. I don't know racing games, man. Need for Speed Underground. Okay. Wait. Wait. Oh, yes! I would have gotten it from this one, I think. That's very generous to say X9. Where's Mega Man 9? Mega Man 2? I think it's too dark for that. River City Ransom? Oh, come on, Flower! Wow, look at those guys beating up those other guys. Rover of Coty. What is this? Oh, I know what this is. Oh, I almost said a very bad word there. I'm glad I avoided that with that semicolon. Jesus, that was close. Is it some kind of Call of Duty? Are you some kind of Call of Duty? Fallout? I don't think it's Fallout 4. Terminator Resistance. Okay. Wait! Oh. No, wait. Yes! I would know this fucking game anywhere. This is the entire point of this game. You can't hide a game like this. I knew those walls. I remember showing that game at Vot Extra Life. For Vot's Exhibition on Extra Life. I'm tanking in my entire connection right now, so it's buffering like a bastard. That's not good. Well, that's it, chat. That's it for Guess the Game. How many Guess the Games did we miss? A lot. I'll play those at some point in the future. But for now, let's leave that behind. We got through a bunch of them, to be fair, and that's what matters. Maybe we'll do 2 for the next couple of days. Right. Moving on, chat. To coming up. This is all the planned games I plan on doing in 2025. So, we're going to start with full recordings, I think. Obviously, Persona 5. We're going to be doing a full stream series of Persona 5 starting from the 3rd of January on the Friday. That's going to be going throughout the whole year, probably, with little intermission breaks in between to play other games. I think the first one is going to be me playing God of War Ragnarok, just so I can play more of that. But that's the plan. I went the wrong way. Alongside this, Metroid Prime 4 releases next year, which means I'm going to have to find time to play Metroid Prime 2 and Metroid Prime 3. So those are probably going to be full recording series, and I'm probably going to put that in between Final Fantasy, just to get through them. It is worth noting I have already played through a bunch of Metroid Prime 2 on stream, so chances are I'm going to get to where I stopped playing and continue from there on recording. So it's going to be kind of a weird point of pickup, basically. Of course, God of War Ragnarok, I'm going to be playing that next year. Like I said, I'll probably be doing it after my first break in Persona, because I cannot wait, chat, for this. I need to play more of it. I love God of War 4 so much. And as you know from the Karma Wheel here, Around Reborn, chat, is probably going to be a full recording series next year. Chances are Heaven's Sword and Stormblood may also be redeemed. So, stay tuned for that, for future redemptions. That's the plan. Of course, alongside that, we've also got the Final Fantasy Marathon to continue, which includes a bunch of games this year, which some may perceive as not the best. Outside of Final Fantasy III, I've got Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy IV The After Years, and I've already finished Crisis Core, but this was back when I hadn't even touched that game yet. I made this slide well in the past before then, like about 2 weeks ago, I think, at this point. Moving on from that, we've got Scattershot. Just in case you forgot what Scattershot is, Scattershot is basically not a full playthrough on recording, but a few parts intermittently placed in the big parts of the game. Usually for Castlevania games, I do the first bit of the game, the middle, and then the end. And that's what's going to happen here. So the plan is to go for the DS Castlevania games. That includes Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia. I've already gone through the Game Boy ones this year, which is Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, and Aria of Sorrow. So, yeah, we're going to get through these as well. Alongside that, as I have already started, I'm going to be returning to Metroidvania sequels in the form of Axiom Verge 2 and Momodora Moonlit Farewell. I've already started Moonlit Farewell, but I will return to Axiom Verge 2 probably sooner than you'd think. Something else, which is going to be a surprise, not necessarily if you know how I do stream recordings, there's a chance I won't play all these games this year. I might just do 1 or 2. But I do want to go for the Onimushi series, just because I did a bit of research after that game the Where the Sword was announced at Game Awards, and I heard a sentence that I very much enjoyed, which was basically Sekiro meets Resident Evil. And the second I heard that, I was like, I'm in. I'm in, let me in this series. And apparently these 3 games are really damn good. So, yeah, I will be doing a scattershot of these games at some point. Oh, Where the Sword is coming out in 2026. So, chances are it's going to be a slower pace to getting through these. Planning on doing a full recording of Warlords during Discuss with Bake, but I have no idea if that actually happened. Quick harvest, chat. And I'm unsure if this is the only one. Yeah, so this is I realized after the fact that this is wrong. I'm not going to be playing the remake trilogy of Ninja Gaiden. I'm going to be playing the OG trilogy. So ignore the fact that these say Sigma, Sigma 2, Sigma 3. I'm going to say OG, wrong pen. OG, not Sigma. Sigmire. Just because the Blasphemous Deads are making Ragebound, and I want to play that, but to do that, I want to play the first Ninja Gaiden. And as I have already talked about in the past, they will not be without assistance. I'm going to be using the powers of emulation, or overclocked, not emulation. Overclocked consoles and rewinds and save states just to play them. That's the plan. And that's it. Oh. Nothing else is planned, chat. That's everything that I've planned so far. I hope you all enjoyed Floral's year of 2024. Woo, that took ages to get through. This is almost 5 hours long. I mean, this is my longest stream this year. But I don't mind because like I said, I didn't have anything else planned to do today. So that is done, chat. We're gonna call it there. I'm gonna yeet because yeah, that's a long stream. But yeah, we got through all the games, all the ranks, all the things I played this year. I played 73 games this year. That's a lot. That's like a game a week, or almost more than a game a week. Damn. Probably going to be less next year, because I'm probably going to have less time next year to do games. But, yeah. I hope you all enjoyed. Next year is bright. We got a couple of interesting things releasing, like Elden Ring Night Rain. I assume next year is going to be big for Nintendo, with the Nintendo Switch 2 probably releasing, and whatever game they release alongside that. Do I hear Tears of the Kingdom 2? No, probably not. Maybe Metroid Prime 4. If they do that, I'm going to cry. Because I need to do Metroid Prime 2 and 3 before then. So, yeah. Don't do that, Nintendo. Don't release that game. Don't release it at all until I finish the other 2, please. Right. I can use my actual Stream Deck to go to the end screen. Oh, God. Right, chat. I hope you all enjoyed. We're not going to go raid. I like how it says time raid when I'm the only thing on the screen. Oh my god. Help me. Ah! Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Nothing bad happened. I'm surprised I got through that okay. Like, usually when I do a big episode just talking, I get exhausted. But I think I'm pretty good after that. Not too bad after all, huh? Discarding annotations. Right, but I'm going to see if anyone is live. I'm not going to go raid, but I just want to see if anyone is live. Not really. Right, chat, I hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you all next year for the first episode of Persona 3 Reload. No, Persona 5 Royal. I will see you all for that then. Ciao for now, and goodbye. I hope you all enjoyed this kind of commentary thing. Goodbye. Ciao for now.